there we go. Oh, hi, Wolf. It wasn't too bad, actually. I got about a clean 4 hours, maybe 4.5. Yeah, so just woke up about 20 minutes ago. Knew I had no chance of getting back to sleep. But not bad. Although I was absolutely... How could I put this? Stupid audio. There it is, got it back again. I was absolutely spent. Yeah. I think what happened was... Earlier today, I started to redo this and I kind of hit it hard. I spent a lot of time on it. Because I made a little mistake. I was one square out on centering it and I had some plans. So that meant moving the entire thing on another square. So about 1/3 of it had to be destroyed and rebuilt. I've been kind of catching up on me anyway for a while. Lack of proper sleep. No, this was an unscheduled stream, yeah. I'll always come on at the right time, let's say on Tuesday, Friday and Saturday. But this is me just kind of bored and, yeah, wanted to get a few hours in. Yeah, but I usually don't come on this late because it doesn't give me a lot of time after, you know? You won't feel 8, 9 a.m. here now. Ah, so you're the same, yeah? So let me see, when I didn't really have any kind of sleep problem, my limit was about 6 hours anyway. You know? Maybe on unusual circumstances, if I was, absolutely spent, it was possible I might get 7 or 8. Everyone keeps saying to me, oh, the average is 8 hours and when you get older you should get more. I don't know about that. I think it's different for everyone. Yeah. That happened to me as well for a while. Yeah, I partly guessed something like that, to be honest. Yeah, they keep telling me, you're getting older, you should be getting more sleep. And I said, no, it doesn't work like that. And I live longer, technically. Yeah, definitely seems that way. Well, as kids and that, we'll sleep a lot. We're growing and all of that stuff. We definitely don't sleep much as young men. It's always something, isn't it? Well, we'll get enough sleep eventually. We'll be good. But at the best of times, I was about 6 hours. Yeah, so this is a slight change I did. It might not look like much, but it took a long time to do. You can see it's a little bit bigger. Actually, it's a good bit bigger, but... There you go. You wouldn't believe how long it took to do that. Oh, I did a little bit of exploring for stuff as well. Didn't do any of the quests, but... I found a strange building down here that I couldn't get into. And I had to Google it to find out who owned it. But you know that, who owned it? That lady we visited, Remember, she wanted us to build that thing to stop the communications. So I think we'll hit her. And you remember that comm tower we were working with on the Delta dock? It's obviously that. There's a little thing we got to build in our inventory. So it's probably just, I don't know, maybe contact someone. Oh, I have them in storage. I'm waiting for an opportunity. I want to finish with her. I want to see if she gives me any more tech. But I think as far as the building tech is concerned, the building pieces, I think I've got it all. You remember when I scanned that thing, it says blah 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 greenhouse, yeah? Well, the other game, it had other things like ivy and things like that. I rarely used it, but it would be handy. So, that little part that she was living in, remember? That had all that stuff. But I haven't found... Remember, we couldn't get in to scan it. So, I'm guessing if we do this, if she moves out and that creature moves out, if she's at this place, we should be able to get in and start to scan it. Or maybe we'll be able to scan this new place. I couldn't see on top. I could see around, but it's one of those buildings. But I couldn't see in. Yeah, it will just give me that little bit more, because before I commit to, if she gives me something like a real greenhouse, and I've already built up the greenhouse, I'm going to be raging, because the whole thing will have to be torn down to get it to go again. So yeah, once I finish with her, and she's just like a little side quest, you know, nothing much got to do with the story. Yeah, we'll finish with her. So it'll just be building that little thing. 2 seconds. We'll go over. We'll put it over at the Delta dock. Do you remember that little tower thing we were at? Remember, it was too cold for me to hang around. And then we'll go over here. Yeah, I was taking a picture of some kind of whale or something. When I come up to the top, I thought I'd noticed something on a peak. And then I seen a few boxes on the beach. It's a good bit out. I think that's the limit, Wolf. About 1 kilometre each way. So it is much smaller than the other one. The other one, if you remember, we were going out like 3 kilometres. Yeah, we were going out like 3 kilometres on the other one. So this is, at most, about half the size. Maybe 1/3 the ocean. I know the land fills in for a bit of stuff as well. But even at that, it's still... I would be surprised if it was 2/3 the size of the other game. Now, this is what took all of the time. I noticed that... Let's see, this was coming out to here, Wolf. So the other beam was coming right down here. So when I was building up here, I was at a disadvantage. I couldn't see properly. Well, actually the mistake I made was I ran out of lead and I meant to do another line here. So I put this guy in, this side thing, which kind of covered it, and then I meant to add this piece here. I forgot about it. I was in a rush. But now it's perfect. I even had to build that little thing while I was getting it done. But that's that. That's not too bad. I don't think I can incorporate much more onto that, but I've got a ton. I've got a ton of room up top. And I was wondering the measurement. I couldn't fit 3 of the round cabins in. And that was unusual because, you know, it's usually 1.5 to every one of those other ones, so it should have fit in pretty neatly. So that's where I realised my mistake when I couldn't fit 3 of the greenhouse type things in. I was going to go with the greenhouses and just see how they looked. And then I noticed they weren't fitting. I knew there was something wrong. I left one of the plates out. Yeah, so after doing that quest, we'll just kick back and we'll get our materials. Yeah, you know what it's like. This was awkward because when I was putting it in, it wasn't like I could look kind of on it. You know what I mean? Like you could in Fallout 4. You know, I hadn't that kind of third-person view on it. And I couldn't do the layout on the ocean floor because it was too on level. And I was getting carried away anyway. I had a ton of stuff and I was using it up quickly. The usual thing. Now I'll tell you what we'll do. Oh yeah, we have a little bit of cleaning up here to do, guys. We gotta get rid of this eyesore of a shed. We're pretty much finished. Oh, I found a good plan. I couldn't reach these, no matter what I did. See these ones here? The last one of this was impossible to put in. And I couldn't do it from here, and I couldn't build the platform out. So, I thought I'd give it a whirl. You see this mobile vehicle bay? Yeah. Well, basically when you're making something that you climb up. So I released it here. I climbed up on the bay. And sure enough, it worked as a floating platform. And I could reach this. I literally tried for 15 minutes to get these ones in. That saved me a little bit of hassle. It's not like Fallout 4 where you can have a real kind of, you know, you can really have a real extended reach. Not with this. You've got to be close enough to it. Yeah, I knew I needed to be standing on something. Yeah, we were lucky. Well, I've got all of the plans sorted as well, so... this guy has a ton of food. Yeah, we'll see if we can do without that for a moment. Yeah, okay.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, seek fluid. Let's go. Let's get rid of this junk. This didn't turn out too bad. There's one other thing I wanted to do, but it's very, very strange terrain. You'll get this kind of no build kind of thing, like even though there's nothing there that's stopping you, it's kind of weird.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Now. Right. We'll pack away this food. I'd suffer a little bit getting that other one back. To be honest, I needed a distraction. There, at last we'll go into crafting. Right. We'll soon have this place sorted. be back to collect that later, probably. Now, okay. Right up top. I just wanted to clear up that eyesore. Now, let's see. I did use a ton of this, but I did collect a good bit as well, to be honest. But I used most of it. Yeah, that's something I'm using an absolute ton of. The quartz. It takes 2 for every piece of glass, and let's just say there's a lot of glass here. No, I should have jumping off the edge. This is okay, I needed to get some salt anyway. Yeah, I spent about 8 hours, I think, earlier today on that wolf. As simple as it looks. It's a lot more finicky than Fallout 4 building on this. It's the ground levels. That common tower in 1 second. Let me get this here. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh! What the? Ah, Croc, you idiot. Oh, it still works the same way. That's weird. I did it by accident. So basically, if you salt these fish, they don't go off. But you can accidentally cook them again, and they just look like ordinary cooked fish. But I didn't. Yeah, they're gonna go off. Okay. I forgot to salt them. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Croc, croc, croc. Okay. Time for more batteries. Oh, make sure that... Oh, come on. Make sure this guy has what we need. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the rest I can work with. The habitat builder. Well, we'll leave that here for the time being. I've moved the gear down here, of course. It was silly to have it up so high. I'm always gonna need it from here. And I don't need water from here, to be honest. I'll change it to something else. Like, it's ridiculous. That's my supplies for each of the trucks. Not to mention a hoarder that I have in the back as well. I accidentally cooked the cooked fish. There's my gran used to have a recipe thing, and it's a real hard stopper. But I remember it when I was young. She would get some bacon, you know that piece with that fat and the rind. It was really nice. But she would boil the bacon, and then she would let it cool down, and then she would roast it. Yeah, I just thought of it there. Every now and again, I get a kind of craving for it. She used to use, this old metal, that old metal cookware. Yeah, like something from the 1700s. But I wouldn't mind some now. Cast iron, yeah, yeah. She just spread something on it as well. Like a dust. It was probably flour, God knows. Yeah. My. I wouldn't mind a piece of that now. Even the smell of the food was so much better, Wolf. Stuff now, it's horrible. Even meat, like you should think that meat is meat. But I've been going around to the stores buying up meat, cooking it, and still not happy with it. You know, it's either tasteless or tastes of chemicals. And that's even the unprocessed stuff. But here, there's no chemicals allowed, there's no GM foods, there's none of that stuff. Maybe it's me. I'd say it's their storage, or else they're shipping it in from other countries. But there's the strict regulations here about food. You know, it's probably me. Huh. Oh, really? Nice. Yes, that's what I remember about it. Some nice crispy bacon. Mm. Yeah, I can get it as well. But still, I find it's different. It must be me. Yeah, it must be me. Did you ever try doing that with bacon? That's what she used to do. Those big pieces of bacon, and then she would cut them like a really uh, like a really heavy bacon strip. You've tried it, yeah? Oh, that's some old school stuff, that isn't it? Yeah, it is. I just remembered it there. Looking at it now, it seemed like a lot of work, but I think it was worth it. With heavy fat, the rind. Do you know what they've been doing here, Wolf? It's disgraceful. Do you know when you buy thick bacon slices now? They've pre-cut the rind off and just left the soft fat. It's disgusting. It was the best part of it, you know. I know it's not healthy for you, but then again, you know, there's nothing that much is. Yeah, yeah. Maybe that's what she was doing. I was never much of a cook, to be honest, especially at that age. Yeah. Mm. It was really nice. It's not something you could eat every day, obviously, especially now. Yeah. There we go. We're in business. Now. A moment. There we go. I don't know what these tablets are doing to me. I mean, slurring my speech. I'm trying to say things and they're not even coming out properly. Okay. It's probably just the way they're mixing together. Take a bit to get used to them, probably. Yeah, yeah. This is the third time in about 6 or 8 months I've got this. And that's the MO, alright. Starts off with a sore throat for about 24 hours. Then the classic runny nose, head cold. And then it seems like you're over it and, you know, you're well on the way to recovery. You get a tiny bit of a cough. And then within 24 hours of that, it's a really bad cough. That cough goes on for about a month. But I got medication for this time, and hopefully it works. I explained this to my GP, and I told him the coughing only starts with this. But he still insisted I get a chest x-ray. So I'll probably be going in the next day or two for that. And he managed to book me in quite local. So it's only about 3 kilometers from me. Maybe less, maybe 2. About 2 kilometers, yeah. So it'll be handy enough. I don't like hospitals, but best to be safe. safe. Right. That. What else were we bringing? We've got all of our stocks, haven't we? We have. Okay, it's nearly time. Oh, we've got to craft that little thingy. Let's see what we need for it. Where would it be, anyway? Here. Yeah, there it is. Test override module. A parallel titanium, lead and copper. What's this parallel? Ah, that's easy enough. We'll go with that. Gold, silver and table coral. Titanium, lead and copper wire. Well, it's not too complicated anyway, is it? Yeah, it's definitely not too complicated. Oh, hang on, we got the shed to get rid of. Silly me. Let's get rid of the shed. Yeah, let's get that shed. Yeah, we might as well clean up after us. It's an eyesore. Oh, I think I need a holiday. Somewhere nice and warm for a change, Wolf. The last time I went on a holiday, let's say, abroad, was, oh my, about 3 years, I think, before my, accident with my neck. I wouldn't mind Greece. Yeah. Yeah. I was in Greece for a little bit. You know, not long enough. But I hadn't got time to really... it's something peaceful, you know. I was thinking about maybe Greece. I want to visit all the sites there. Thermopylae, the Parthenon. A kind of off the beaten track kind of thing. Yeah. I found Greece to be very, very peaceful. But I didn't spend enough time there to really, you know, it was just a few days here and there. I want to get out a little bit, you know. Yeah, from what I can remember, it was a long time ago. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, we can still get this anyway. Oh, you idiot, Croc. We left the silly the fabricator behind. That is a country that's steeped in history.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There, that's what I meant to do. Come here, fabricator. Now.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Paris is not bad either. Or even Berlin. But I already spent a bit of time there. You know, Greece is the one, I would say. But I keep saying this, but you know what it's like. Never get around to doing it. But I was wondering, Wolf, in Greece, would the ecosystem support Croc? Probably not. Wouldn't want to introduce a new predator into the environment. Oh my.
Emergency power only.
There are saltwater crocodiles, yeah. Egypt. Is it Egypt? Yeah. Yeah, there are some salt waters, yeah. An invasive species. Oh, absolutely. The Irish have always been invasive. My God, the latest generation of us, they're unbelievable. They love to party, they love to drink outside, picnics, stuff like that. Yeah, but they're during I think it was the early 2000s, to about 2005, around the boom we're having here. A ton of them went to Australia, and they scared everyone. They're loud, and they're not like the generations before. Loud, obnoxious, and they love to party. Oh, hi, G-Mag. Any stinkies? Could you elaborate? Yeah. They're harmless enough, it's just they're loud. They can be very intimidating. If you were kind of used to it here, it's just all fun. But if you weren't used to that kind of behaviour, you'd scare the locals, alright. Oh no, these guys were drinking something a lot more than soda. Now, okay. Let's have a look at this one. Right. We got all this junk to get rid of. Okay. We'll get this junk up and then we'll hit for that quest. And then we'll concentrate on the rest of this. We'll collect our supplies and we still have to do the greenhouses and the alien containment things might be a bit of a challenge. But when we scan that thing and it said greenhouse, I don't think it's something we're going to get, to be honest. I think they're sticking pretty close to what they had in the last game of this. I don't expect to find new building pieces, but it would be nice. We're full on the copper. Right. How did I miss that guy? There we go, one piece of copper. We'll put that down in crafting. Let's get out of here. It's time to go. Oh, hang on, crafting. Crafting. You're kidding me. Here it is. There, now we're good. I just grab some more junk and then we're out of here. No, I think we're all prepared. Hang on, let me grab some of this. That should do. Oh yeah, we'll get rid of that thingy. Unnecessary luggage. Yeah, that should work. Right. We're ready to go. We've got full supplies in the sea truck. Oh, we've got to make that silly thing. I knew I forgot something. These two things here. We've got to make these two. Gold, silver, copper wire, lead, titanium. Okay. That's me, I'm silly. That's what we need for a copper. Oh, hang on, we've got some copper wire. Yeah, we have. And the titanium, gold, silver, okay. We've got another replicator up top anyway. Where is that table coral? I think I've got those guys down here. There it is. Yeah, that's the other one. Now the rest of the supply should be here. Gold and silver. And lead set it. Oh, lead. Yeah. Lead, which we're pretty low on. Gold, not much better. Silver. Oh, that was pretty rare when we came on, wasn't it? And, titanium. Now, let's see what we need. There it is. That's what we need, guys. Yeah, it literally says where we have to go. Of Delta Station Communications Tower. That's pretty straightforward. We'll do the decorating here later. Right. Now we're ready to go. I'd imagine it'll be pretty straightforward. I thought it would be close, but it's like a kilometer from there. Yeah, lead. Well, lead, that was a problem because of the foundations, but I'm pretty much done with the foundations, so I could do with a restock. When I'm doing some of the upgrades and the new truck, I'll probably need that. Titanium, not as common as the last game, but, you know, you'd pick up some. Yeah, much harder to find. But the scanning station helps. Didn't have to use it in the last game, but I'm telling you, I've got to use it on this one. Now, I think we're ready. 63, blah blah blah, we've got food, we've got whatever we need. Right. Yeah, we'll bring one more of these. Oh, hang on. I've got one already. Oh, I could do with more food. Sugar. They never fish around when you need them, you know that. That wasn't very successful. I've got the propulsion cannon move. Do you remember the other one where we could catch those fish easily? I haven't seen that one. I don't even know if it's in that game. Where you gravitate objects towards you. Made it so simple to to hunt. The one that's handy as a kind of defensive weapon, but on the bigger creatures, remember I tried it on that bear. Useless. Only on small critters. Now.
Board Captain.
Okay. That's it, we're done. Now, let's head out for that tower. That's the thing about these kind of crafting survival games, Wolf. You don't get any clear directions. There's never much of a story. Hang on, have we even got that marker up? Yeah, it is. It's there, all right. Oh, come on. There it is. It's a pity we're doing this at night, but it doesn't really matter that much. Still a few artifacts. Wonder how many we've discovered. Oh, I never got a chance to build that that teleportation cabin for this. I don't think we need it yet anyway. We'll have a look at it later. We'll have plenty of time after this. We still have a decent amount of building to do, so we'll replenish our supplies and check out the new tech. Yeah, I totally prefer to do this in the daylight, but yeah, what's missing from here? Oh yeah, we've got to change outfits. Unless we freeze to that. And we don't need that here. Right. That's looking reasonably good. Yeah, what am I missing from this? Oh, the battery, yeah. I don't think we need a spare battery. I was using it in an emergency. Right. Let's go. Yeah, we get out the back. Oh, I want to get that flash lamp here. I don't think well, we do kind of need it. Right, where is this, there it is, you see it? Yeah, that's the tower, alright. I've noticed these things, we can actually warm up from these when we're outside. And that's the shrub nuts. I've already picked those guys up. It was growing one. I'll check on it later. Okay, it's as dark as anything. I can't even see my way up to this tower. It's up there, is it? Oh! What the? Yeah, that's it. Oh, okay. This way here. Remember, we're running to stay alive here in the cold so we can search it properly. Yeah, we're not too bad now. Come on now. Okay. How are we getting to this tower? Yeah, there it is. Okay, it's not that way. I know it's here somewhere. Okay, we'll try again. Maybe this way? Seems a bit off, but there's gotta be a way up somehow. We're up there already. So yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's the common tower. Let's have a sweet look at this for a moment. Huh. Yeah, we've totally checked that out. Crazy lady. Yeah. Do you remember we found her base, and she said she wanted us to shut down the tower. Yeah. Well, that marker I put up, I'm nearly sure that's where she is. It's the same. This is a game we're not going to see. I'm even surprised we're interacting with an NPC. Which makes it a little better, even though it's limited. Yeah, the crazy one. Yeah, we did all the scanning here, remember? Well, we got a decent amount of tech as well. But it's never enough. Right. No, I'd imagine we just slotted in. Remember we were freezing to death here? We couldn't work it out properly. There was that thing there, we couldn't interact with it. I reckon we went up here, then we had to run back real quick, and then there was this thingy, yeah. Ah. Well, they made it easy enough. Oh, hi, Anu. Pretty good, pretty good. How have you been?
Now back to the terminal.
Okay, we got some dialogue from this one. Oh. I don't think we missed that before. I think that just dropped when we put in the override terminal. Back to work on Thursday. Oh, but still, you got a bit of a break. So, what have you been doing with your time? Just relaxing, I suppose? Yeah, there it is, there. Okay. Where are we getting down from here? Oh, there it is. I'm guessing it's this.
Do it.
Got it. It's an achievement as well, guys. Oh, nice. Playing some games. Cool. It's an achievement as well.
Yes. Satellite is down.
Satellite's down, guys.
That was most resourceful.
My, we busted the satellite. Bye-bye, big brother. 6 games during it. Oh, that's nice. Tons of fun. Yeah, so... Oh, hang on. We've got a communication.
Alright, Altera. You win this round. Come find me at my greenhouse. I'm about a kilometer east
East of your
up on
position.
an iceberg.
Yeah, that's the one I found on an iceberg.
I'll come by if I have time.
Sure.
Present.
Whatever.
Probably
If you
more
back down
information.
from me in your busy social calendar.
Went out with mates as well. Nice, nice. So, east, wasn't it? East. Yeah, look at that. It's about 1,200 meters from here. Yeah, that's the one, alright. I knew it was her. Okay. Oh, there's another PDA. See the stuff we've been missing? Gun fishing. You see, the last time we were up here, there was a storm and we were freezing to death. We did rush it a bit. Oh, hi, Corin. Yeah, I just came in for an unscheduled stream. I started about 4 AM. Yeah, very, very late for me. Usually I'm on about 3 hours before. But woke up. Stupid medication they gave me is affecting the other one. And it's giving me a little bit of a kind of tummy burn. But I still got a good 4 hours, strangely enough. How have you been? Strange as that sounds. Not too bad, not too bad. I don't think... I might change the times of the medication, maybe 12 hours between or before I'm going to bed. It might not nerf that other medication so much. I'll talk to my doc when I'm back with him, but, you know, blood thinners is something we can't get rid of, unfortunately. Surely there's some other brand or something we could do something. Yeah. It's nerfing the other one. It used to give me the medication about, let's say, those problems about 99%. Now it's more like 50, you know. No, it's just like a burning heartburn, you know, but it's annoying. It's not there all the time. Brings back some bad memories. Make me feel ill, but another pill which counteracts it. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? You see, apparently with the blood thinners, they add that kind of antacid thing because they're afraid of irritating your stomach, I think, and creating a bleed. And then, you know what I mean, you're it's not too good then. But I'm already on a really heavy antacid, so it's absolutely nerfing it. Maybe if it dropped down now, that's hard to know. They must anticipate something like that, the company. So if you're on something, you know, they can probably give you something that blends in with their stuff. They really need to these companies kind of work together, you know, with this kind of thing. Surely they'd know that because they added that extra, you know, thing. The whole thing should be separate, to be honest. You know, I've these medications that, you know, target a couple of things. No. It's like if I'm buying a work tool, I do something that will just do one job and do it good. I hate tools that does multi-tools, you know, because they don't really last that long. Yeah, get a tool to do one job, and you know, if you need a 12-volt battery drill, you know, get a 24-volt one. Always overdo it. Aren't they? Yeah. 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 I prefer to carry a ton of tools. There we go. Of course, smoking irritates it as well. Now, yeah, it's like too many cooks, isn't it? Right, let's go. Let's go and talk to Marguerite. Is it Marguerite or Marge or Margie or something like that? Where's my ship? This way. Hang on. Yeah, but we gotta get out. Hang on, which way did we go? Down this way, actually. We're going the wrong way. I suppose we could have shortcutted it, but Delta Station, this is the one. This is the one. Yeah, we're heading for the ocean. Come on. No, I'm not going down the hard way. This way here. There's probably little bits and pieces here we haven't seen yet, but... Ah, come on. Excuse me, to make this so silly. Here, I'm gonna maybe chance this. I can't be bothered. Oh, for God's sake, it won't even let me.
Seek
What's...
fluid intake.
Oh, sugar. Well, at least I brought some with me.
Stabilizing.
Yeah, this is the way we came. Now. There we go. Yeah, this is the one. Right, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, the last time we were here we were freezing, so we couldn't... I don't think we missed anything. Nope. Right, we're off. I'm hoping we'll get a ton of stuff on this one. Oh, thank you, Corin. Margarine. Yeah. Oh, the NPC in this we're going to see, is it? Or are you literally talking about margarine? The NPC is something like Marguerite or Margar, yeah, something like that. But I think it's part of the story. I don't know if we need it to finish the game. It seems to be okay. I'm in it for the tech. We'll see what we get. Now, let's go. Now, there's no... Well, there is some large creatures here, but... East, wasn't it? Yeah, there it is. So it's literally east. Well, she wasn't wrong there, was she? She said about a kilometre east. Well, she was 20% off. Hmm. Oh, did I say? Yeah. I was probably being sarcastic about it. And said something like margarine, did I? Marge and margarine, yeah. Probably did. I just keep blabbering, Corn. Hmm. Hmm. Hi, Puggy. How are you? I was making fun of the NPC. I probably did. Good. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Couldn't sleep. Decided to do an unscheduled stream. I don't usually stream today. And most definitely not at this time. But, yeah, really enjoying this below zero. Thought I'd come in, do a few hours. I'm from Tipperary. Tipperary town. Are you Irish yourself? 5 AM, probably not. Cork, nice. Moved to Dublin, nice. I've been down in Cork in ages. And I'm still getting the flooding problems down there, that was terrible. I heard someone saying that they're doing some work. You know, with the flood defences and stuff down there. Yeah, I heard that, even the friggin' insurance companies, they can't get proper insurance or anything. Yeah. Dublin is okay. I never really liked the city, to be honest. I prefer Cork. Everywhere. Yeah, it has to be done though, Boggy. Yeah, I really felt sorry for those guys, you know. And the shops, everything. And that happened like what? Like twice or something in 5 years, wasn't it? Hmm. Oh, you're going up on the temperature. Yeah, oh my. The last time I went to Cork City was quite some time ago. My. It might have been around 2009, I think. Hmm. Hmm. Cork, well, Cork was always in a precarious area, I know, yeah. You know, it was great for the ships back in those days. But yeah, if it's rising, it's more of the weather thing as well, the seasonal stuff. But right from the foundations, when, you know, the successive governments had... I remember back in the 70s, Poggy, you know, there was big debate about doing some decent work there, you know. And the government always passed it on, one to another, kicked the ball down the road, until it was too late. But as far as that goes, I think London would be in the same standing, wouldn't it? On sea level. And thanks for following. I appreciate it, Boggy. And welcome to the community. Always, yeah. Oh, anything, yeah. Like that always. Well, Cork is, you know, it's a pretty ancient city. They wouldn't have been thinking about stuff like that But to be honest, for the past 5 decades, the government have overlooked that one and a lot of the infrastructure. You know what I mean? And then when disaster strikes, they'll do a token gesture. But it's nice to hear that they're eventually doing some work on that. Absolutely, yeah. I remember having a good discussion with a few Cork guys, and that was a long time ago, and I would have been back in the 90s. Oh, what the? Oh. Okay, hopefully you don't take that. He looks safe enough. Right, okay, let's check this NPC out. Now, I just planted a thing here, I didn't want to explore this too much. Let's have a look, there might be something new on this. What is that? No, I think this is going to be pretty barren. Out from this NPC. Okay, first of all I need food and water before we go anywhere. That was silly of me. There's no point in taking screenshots. They're not giving us any digital photo frames, I think, in this game. I kind of like it the way it is. The way the streets are really kind of windy and narrow and that. Every time I'm back in Cork, I feel like I'm home, especially when I've been abroad, I love its architecture and the way it's built. Of course, that was built a long time ago, it was founded, so, all of that thing, they didn't see it coming. But as I said, there was proposals put forward many decades ago, when we knew this was going to be a problem. And got promises from the government, and politicians got elected, and yeah, you know the story. Yeah. Same old stuff. Oh, I'm in my late 50s, Poggy. Yeah, I'm in my late 50s. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. It's one of the few cities I really like going to. Okay, this is the stuff, isn't it? Yeah, here it is. One of these should be good. We'll bring one as a backup as well. And we'll bring one of these. I don't know how long I'm going to be out, so... And this is our own little mobile base. I would hardly need a penguin. Nah, we wouldn't. Come back for it anyway, the NPC's not too far up there. And don't... Oh, it's always dark in this game, I can't believe it. Okay, it doesn't matter, it's only up here on top of the iceberg. I don't think there's much here. There we go. Alright, let's go. Yeah, well, that's no surprise to us here. Politics in this country is kind of, the opinion is kind of universal across anyone, no matter what party you support. There's one thing that we realise, that they're just there self-serving. There's not a lot of kind of hard party liners here. Maybe the old school guys in their 70s and 80s maybe. They're few and far between. They're useless. Yeah, they're useless. They like to, how can I put this? Raise their profile internationally. Yeah. Typical Irish thing, isn't it? It's like the guy who wants to put up a good front, and look, they're really important to his friends or wealthy. At the meantime, in his own family, things are going wrong and he's not paying attention or doing the work that's needed. He's more interested in how he looks, to other people. That's how I view politicians. Now, not all politicians, obviously, but there's a catch-22 when you get into government here. There's people that get in, and in the beginning, I suppose, they do think they'll try and make a difference. The problem is you need backing from the party, and you need backing from guys high up to climb that ladder to get to a position to make changes. And you'll never get to that level unless you play that game. And that game is a gang. A gang of self-serving crooks. So, it's democracy, but you know what I mean? It's human nature as well. He's a strange guy, isn't he, Peggy? Kerry, isn't it? He's Kerry, is it? I know he's rural. Yeah. 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 There was another guy as well that used to talk out a lot against the government. And then they brought out a scandal against him. Something about not filing his taxes right. And that was a government hatchet job. Do you remember that guy? It was a contractor or something. That was during the boom there. But what was ridiculous was the water rates. Do you remember that one? And the protest where they arrested everyone for false imprisonment. Kerry, it is, yeah, Kerry. They arrested him for false imprisonment. Talk about constitutional rights being trampled on. Yeah. So apparently the politician was fearful. Yeah. Yeah, fearful. And then that stupid referendum they tried to sneak by the other day. Sorry. Yeah, you might not remember all of it. But during the bus, let's say, when everything was going wrong, people were losing their houses. Well, I seen it coming. We all seen it coming, but some people still made the mistake. They were buying and mortgaging houses that were like in Dublin, a 3-bedroom council estate house was going for €1 million. Now, come on, guys. I know it's the capital and all of that. Even today it's probably ridiculously high, like 300 or 350. But like houses down here that were usually making about 150, they were being snapped up for like 400. There was one close by me, which I remember before all of this thing went sky high. I think it would have been easily snapped up for maybe 200. And that was sold for 650. And people seen the prices rising, they got greedy, and they were giving 3 times more, thinking they could off-haul it, for a big profit. And then the bottom fell out, and they were all trapped. And then Nama came in, you remember that? Nama came along and seized all these properties, and instead of selling them back in the community, they let vulture capital funds come in and buy them lock, stock and barrel for pennies, when there was a housing shortage. There was literally a housing shortage. Yeah, that was a disgrace. An absolute disgrace. There's a lot of guys got pretty wealthy off that one. And I have to assume the government knew the situation, because we all did. Yeah. And Limerick got hit hard as well. And Cork. Right, let's carry on, guys. Yeah, that brings back memories, alright. I couldn't believe when they sold all that stuff out to hedge funds. Like, a hedge fund is something, it's almost like a pawn shop. You know, if you have something that's really valuable, and you're really badly stuck for money and you need it today, and let's say, you know, you could get maybe, let's say, like a pawn shop, let's say you could get $100 for it anywhere, anyone would give you $100, you know, to sell on again. Well, their price would be 20, you know, that kind of thing. So, when there's a building and housing shortage, and you've got so much property that's been seized for non-payment, why would you do that? And then have to go to the taxes again once you've sold that for pennies and pull money from the taxes to build, costing you maybe 7-8 times more than what you've sold. I don't know. I'm no economics guy, but it just doesn't make sense. Unless someone got paid off somewhere. Then it makes sense. Yeah, this is the one, guys. There it is. Okay. Let's see, is there anything to scan here? Oh, we're in. Yeah, most people feel like that, yeah. There had to be a payoff somewhere. There really had to be. It is, yeah, it's a one-player thing. It's one of those kind of survival, building kind of ones. Yeah, I've developed a taste for them since Valheim. You know, the so-called AAA games companies now are rubbish. You know what I mean? Overpriced and boring. And buggy as well. These games are a nice change.
Then she surprised me. Maybe a little too much.
No.
If you really want to know, there's a PDA on the bench that can point you in the right direction.
Yeah, I knew that was to have another PDA. There we go.
You need anything
So.
else? Don't bother me.
Okay. Apparently I'm feeding. Okay. Yeah, it is. Oh, we got scanning thing. Oh, we're scanning. Okay, looks like we got a new plant, guys. Preston's plant. We'll be taking that in a second. Yeah, this is quite good. I would recommend it. I think I picked this up for €15 or something. There's Subnautica, the first one. That's pretty good. And Valheim. That was awesome. But it's more, the graphics maybe not as good, and it's more based on, you know, you're depending on killing bosses and that. Into sports. I used to. Oh, Skyrim is my favourite. Yeah, I play. We just finished the Skyrim playthrough. I had the longest ever playthrough on that. I think it was close to 500-hour playthrough I had on that one. Poggy. Yeah. And yeah, I played every single Assassin's Creed game except the latest one and the Chronicles. Yeah. I played all of them. Yeah. I played all of them. BGS would have been, well, it probably still is my favourite company, but the stuff they've been coming up with now is rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. Now we haven't got these guys. So let's take some seeds from this. There, have we got the seeds? We have. All we want is the seeds. Oh, there it is. There it is, guys. That's the one I was looking for. I was right, Wolf. We got the wall planter. It's here. Oh, hi, Con. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Con? Hi, uninvited guest. So, what were you streaming? Anything interesting? I'm doing an unscheduled stream. I came on quite late. Couldn't sleep. And good morning to you. Doing quite well. Oh, that's good to hear. A bit cold, but good. It's not too bad here. It's 10 above. Yeah, it's actually quite pleasant. It's 10 Celsius above here. Division, the first one. All like the online kind of shooting multiplayer games. Nice. Like Call of Duty thing. Nice. Yeah, they're very popular. Now, it's this one here, guys, I'm really looking for. Can we get one of these things? Preston's Delight. Okay, I want to take a few of these. So we can hold... Hang on. I'll tell you what I want to do. Oh! Preston's Plant Leaf. Food 15. Yeah, we'll keep both just in case. Here, let me get a few of these. There. Yeah, this game is strange. Sometimes, you know, the fruit doesn't work and you need the cuttings. Now, we got that, guys. Now, this is where we got to be careful. Make sure and get everything here. I was looking for more planters. In the last game we could... Oh, I got them. I got them. That's the stuff I was looking for. The greenhouse wolf. I wanted to get to know the whole Division story. Nice, so gotta play part 1 then. Yeah, kind of getting back. I would do that, let's say, if I came across a game I liked and there was 2 or 3 before. I'd have to go right back. I absolutely understand that. Now we've done all that. We've got those early. What's that again? Subnautica. Now we'll take the PDA. Now we'll take the PDA. Now we'll take your food. Not as much as I would have hoped, but at least we've got 2 planting things. We've already got that one. I think that's it, guys. 2 PDAs, 2 new food sources, and we've got that, and we've got the planter. It's a pity you couldn't get this kind of thing going, isn't it? But no. Would be interesting. Guys. See, that's the problem with starting late too with these doggos. Hopefully they'll keep the noise down. But that's it, we'll read the 2 PDAs and we'll see where it goes from there. Now these guys are very sneaky with tech. They can be a bit hidden on the floor sometimes, so we'll be careful here. And then, we rarely act with NPCs in this game. I get an opportunity like this. I started Subnautica, confusing as hell. Yeah, in the beginning it is. Actually, I died about 10 times in the beginning. I didn't know you could cook food and make water from fish on the first one, from the fabricator. But once, well, the thing is with that, when you rush forward too much in the game, if you stay around a small area and just make sure and build up something nice and kind of take your time and kind of suck it in, you know. And then slowly go out to the wrecks and get a new tech. Yeah. It is. But I got into it pretty quick. And we've been building a large base. Well, it's exploration and building I'm here for. That's why I like these games. Oh, we get to scan her.
You can look all you want. There's more to Marguerite than any damn fangled gadget can see.
I didn't expect that one. I wonder, is that the only NPC we'll see? No, I think we have it, guys. I think we've got everything. We'll do a quick scan on the floor here. We'd be surprised what you'd miss. No, I think we're good. Well, the potato plants, we can eat them now. We've already got some at home. That will do. Right, let's get back to our ship. Oh, the PDAs. We'll read it. Hang on. Let's read the PDAs.
You can look all damn set.
All right, Altera.
I am impressed.
Yes. That should do it. Great. Now back to the terminal.
No. I just get this out of the way so we're not confused with new information.
Tower maintenance log. Okay, this time the birds have really done it. I don't know what they've been eating, but it's
Oh,
corrosive when
if
it
you're
comes
playing
out
the
the
first
other
one,
end.
Con,
I'm
make sure that all of these tapes,
I'm
that
sure
you
an
let them
element
play
can
out.
allocate the right cable.
On the first one,
I've
sometimes
seen
they'll give you
someone did that
information
down
and
in
hints,
Tip.
and they'll give you markers to go to. Not so much on this one, that's why I do this. But we missed a lot of stuff and found it the hard way, because I kept skipping over these. Yeah, that's one thing I do differently. We would have getting a lot of the tech and a lot of the stuff done a lot sooner.
All right, Marge, old girl.
But they haven't done it on this one, I think. I think they realised from the first one that people were just ignoring the tapes and finding it impossible and getting kind of fed up, you know.
So, first thing.
But they'll give you other pod locations. But you get so many of them. Like, just do what I do with the stuff, with the writing. But anything that needs to be played, play it out. Yeah.
Barrels of water.
Casual and non-deadly mode. Want to get to know it. Yeah, but I played it on normal. We can't really change the settings on Xbox. But it's a game that's not really based on that. You can't do much with Leviathans. Just avoid them, really. You know, and that's it. That's what I like about the game. It's not based on the combat. It's just the exploration, technology, and survival, which is a nice change. You know, because every game for the past 20 years, you know, beat that boss, do this boss, you know. So the tide is changing a bit in gaming. There's something more immersive, you know. Well, that's a matter of opinion, I suppose.
I've already synthesized an antidote and stashed it in a cave.
Yeah, I always read them.
I can go grab it and
It's boring, but anyway, it gives you a better feel for the
Like maybe if you're polite enough
the
about
game.
destroying the bacteria, Altera will come around
And be
see if you're
meticulous when you're
ready.
going through caves.
But do you believe in
There's,
yourself or not?
you can easily miss a little turn off or
Think
something,
so?
where there's something very important that
Is the
will stop you in the
bacteria a
main
threat,
story.
or isn't it?
it is.
Does it need to be
So
dealt
be
with
nosy.
or not?
Be very
It
nosy.
does.
So who's right on this?
I am.
Say it like you mean it.
I am.
I said like you mean it, not like you're testifying before a rigged transgov court.
I am.
Great. Then what you gotta do is seal off the whole cave. I've got just the stuff. Made it for fishing, but it blew the whole ice shelf halfway to deep space. Vaporized all the fish.
Okay.
And you gotta hit the lab too, or there's just no point.
We'll give
Actually,
you a hint on
you
some
know
of the
what?
tech as well that you can pick up.
It'll be fun. That far out to sea, swimming back for land wasn't an option. I'd die from exhaustion long before I made it to shore.
Guys,
All I could do was
guys,
survive
guys,
long enough
guys.
to wash up
Rex,
somewhere.
come here. Come on.
I felt a
Oh my
suction.
god.
And suddenly, there were vast jaws rising out of the water towards me.
That's
It'd
the
taken
Reaper.
hours for the Reaper's corpse to float to the surface. Using the knife,
Yeah, she killed a Reaper, alright, sure.
I figured she'd float for a few days at least. Enough for me to catch my breath. But would she sink before or after I died of thirst? I had a knife, a repair tool, and 3 liters of water. At least
Guys,
even
guys,
that
give me a
exhaustion.
break.
Now, those Reapers, they're practically all muscle. But there's some fat in there. I was able to keep warm and drink the water. And I didn't have much, but I had that repair tool, so I had a spark. It took a week to light that first fire. And I know more about the burning properties of Reaper fat than I ever cared to. I had to ration the fires. That I carved out of
Ah, that
this
one is humorous.
cage.
Yeah, that was funny. Okay. Plus, it's good to get rid of these when you get new information. You're not scrolling through all of this junk, not knowing what you picked up. Preston's plant, frequent that humans are unable to properly. Okay. But for certain animals, it can act as a mild sedative. Okay. Okay, that's an old one. Okay, 3 things we can build. Guys, let's see what it is. Oh, it's the pot plant and something else, isn't it? A spicy fruit salad. Okay, a new food. As far as these with warming effects. Preston's leaf, and we've already got the other one. When we start a greenhouse, we'll start churning that stuff out. So 1 food source. And 2 building things, wasn't it? Yeah, I picked up a ton of tech on this. It should be there. Shelf plant, that's one of them. They actually hold plants, the smaller ones. We'll totally be using these, but for decoration purposes. There's not a lot of decoration stuff, they're deadly. Right, let's go, guys. Yeah, I think we're done. Right, let's save it here. We'll get back, we'll do a little bit of decoration, and what we'll do then for the duration is, I don't want to push too far. There's short enough story in this. But they've made up for it by making some of the locations almost impossible to find. We've got a lot of work to do on our base. And that's about all the decoration I think we're going to get. I was hoping in this one that have new building pieces. Some of those habitat things, but it doesn't look that way. No, they're not letting me jump either. Sugar. You take a lot of damage in this game. Here. That's the pepper thingy. Okay, where's our ship? Oh, there it is. Oh my god, I thought I lost my ship. That would have been a disaster. It would take ages to make another one of those. And there's a ton of stuff on it as well. There's a possibility of losing these. Some large creature. Eat when you're starving, but you don't know. Yeah, it happens to me all the time. Me, it's usually a kind of a boredom thing, I suppose. And since retirement, that happens a lot. Yeah, I thought that guy might have accidentally taken it out, but no. We're good. Let's go. Let's get this junk back. Now, I'll temporarily grow these things somewhere to the side. And then we'll see. Well, basically what we need is a ton of supplies. Let's slip back into something a little more comfortable. because we'll be needing it. Hang on, storage. We do it from there. There. We haven't found the ultralight fins, guys. I don't know if they're doing them on this one, but yeah, we haven't found it. Probably not. I might have taken a few things out. There, we're good. So what are we missing from this? Gloves, where are they? We're missing 2 from this. Oh, the light and the battery, that's it. We're good. Yeah, we'll restock that when we get back. Right, let's get home. Now we'll plant those things anywhere till we get them to grow properly. But I think it's nearly time we worked on either the alien containment area or the greenhouse. Yeah, one or the other. I've got a big area and we'll see what we can do. I'm going to leave a lurk. And thanks for lurking, Con, and raiding. Appreciate it. Sleepy almost. 7 AM. Yeah, it's almost 6 for me. Have a lovely game. See you soon. Take care. And you too, Con. And I hope you have a great day. Take care and stay safe. Have a good one. Bye. Yeah, I'll show you the base we've been working on, guys. It's down here. What I've noticed about this one as well, it's even harder to find a good build spot. Ideally on the ocean floor, but if you're doing a big base and you don't want it to look like an eyesore, you want to get it as close as possible to the ground. So I built on one of the bergs and then dribbled 2 parts of it off the side. It's kind of a hybrid. It's pretty decent. It's big enough for what we need. Maybe too big, but I wanted to do the building on this anyway. I keep getting this flu, Poggy. I've had this flu for like 3 times over the last 8 months. I've got to get an x-ray because of this stupid thing, but at least it's local. It's just about 2 kilometers away. Suppose better be safe. Oh yeah, it's such a weird one as well. Yeah, take that, you freak. There you go. Yeah, I just recovered from it and I'm back again about a month ago. I recovered. With me, the way it seems to be going, you get a sore throat for about a day, runny nose, you know, stuffed up head, the usual. That would persist for about a day and a half and then it seems like you're recovering. You get a slight cough, but that's usual. And then you think you're over it and then the cough really takes off, almost like a whooping cough. And that goes on for a month. And then another month, and then another month of that kind of light coughing. It's the strangest flu I've ever seen. Yeah, it's horrible. I cough so much. Well, this time I went to my doc and got some treatment. The other 2 times, well, I can usually shake this off pretty quick. But whatever this is, no. It's not working. Okay, what are we short on this guy? 2 of those. 2 of those. Now let's see. What is it with the food here? Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit of fishing anyway. 2 of them. And oh, he's a gunner. Yeah, he's a gunner. That was a mistake, that guy, wasn't he? Yeah, it's nice to have this restocked. See, sometimes you'll get to an area where you're going to have to hang out for ages, and running out of food and water is always a serious problem. Now, you can play this game without that added to it, Boggy, but it really, you know, it nerfs the game. Playing a survival game without having to use food or water, it's not good. Talk about immersion ruining. There, okay. That's all done. Now we'll put away this junk, we'll grow those plants. It will be rough, we'll just throw them anywhere until we get a stock of them growing. Oh, hang on. We're doing nothing until I pick up that thingy. Where is it? There it is. Let's see, is there any batteries that need to be changed? There is. No, I can't use the ion cells to upgrade all of these because oh, we've got quite a few batteries here. But the other ones are rubbish. There. Right, we're good. And the other game we needed to make keys and stuff, so I've been hoarding those a little bit. Now, we have sulfur, blah blah blah, but mostly plants. There's that stuff there. We'll take you in a moment. Where's the food? Okay, it must be up top. They'll let you get a better system for better water, let's say, but not for food. These are original from the game. They're called food blocks, and they're pretty decent. It's a pity there wasn't a system where you could actually make these, but apparently not. Now, where is the sulfur crafting? Yeah, there's plenty of room here anyway. Sulfur should be here. Lithium. Blah blah blah. Nickel. Ah, come on. There it is. Once I fill 3 of those, that's it, I'm done with those. Are you going to be live much during the day? Well, I mostly stream at about between 1 and 2 a.m. our time, Boggy. And then I'm off by about 8 a.m. Yeah. It's my sleep schedule. To say it's messed up is an understatement. Because of the damage I have to my neck, I have a complaint called sciatica. It's some horrible muscle pain. I've been suffering with that for over a decade. Doc wanted me to take some really strong medication, but you know the story there. Too strong. I don't want to be, part of the Walking Dead. So I refuse to take any painkillers. but I'm dealing with it, you know. But the way it works with me is I sleep when I can. I maybe get 2 hours here, 2 hours there, kind of thing. But I'm retired now, so it doesn't make much difference. But there's one thing I've found. I'm always awake at midnight, between midnight and 1 a.m. And I can't sleep for 5, 6 hours. I can't doze off. So that's why I even started streaming. You know, I used gaming. I used to game a bit, but obviously being very busy, I would work 6 days and I would work 12 hours a day. I did that for decades. And gaming helped me to take the edge from the pain. And then that eventually went to streaming, you know. So I rarely stream during the day. But when I get more organized, I might try and do, you know, a kind of our time kind of stream. But then it would be very all over the place, you know what I mean? Because I don't know when I'm going to sleep during the day. And when I am lucky enough to be able to get to sleep, I have to take advantage of it, you know. But I would average about 4 to 5 hours. Wouldn't be too bad if I could get them together. It's more like dozing off for a few hours and then, you know, yeah. That's not too bad. It could have been a lot worse. You know, it was 50-50 there when I was going to be paralysed. And yeah, it got me down for a while, you know, having to stop working, to give up my career. But after a couple of weeks, you know, logic kicked in. And it could have been much worse. I could have been paralysed, and I wasn't, and I'm forever grateful for that. And the upside is, I get to spend more time with my family. I've got 2 grandkids now, so tons of time with them. I get to play my games, and I get to sit around watching movies. So there's an upside. So I tend to focus on the upside, you know. We all get old someday. It comes to everyone. No one is excluded. You know, it's how you deal with it that counts. Always look for the positive. Yeah. You have to be in this world. You have to be a glass half full kind of guy. Because, you know, if we worry too much about what we've lost and always never what we've gained, it's pointless to worry about something we have zero control about. All we can do is make the changes that we can control. No, just 2. I have got 2 boys, or 2 men, I should say. One is married, he's got 2 kids, and the other one has graduated and he's taking a little bit of time off before he decides what he wants to do. No, I know you are. I know you are. Oh, I would be a horrible dad. Yeah, I would be paranoid dad. But no, 2 boys. 2 boys. Yeah. So I get to spend some time with them. Not as much as I would like to, obviously. But it's good. I married when I was in my late 20s. I think that's when people should get married. I see people these days getting married poggy, you know, in their early 20s or late teens. You know, late 20s is soon enough. Even early 30s, to be honest. You know? You need to settle in life, you know what I mean? You need to, and when I say settle is, you need to experience a bit, you know? Get out there, you know, do your thing. And when I mean that, I mean like, you know, work and career and all of that. But not to the stage where you're too old, obviously. I suppose it's different for guys. Oh, good morning, Das. How have you been? Right, we fixed that tower for that NPC. It was an easy enough quest. That, yeah. Doesn't matter how old she is. Yeah, we're happy. Yeah, yeah. As guys, we're pretty easy please. I've always found. Well, the majority of us anyway. Peace and tranquility. That's all we want. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah. Did you get to the bottom, or was it some kind of flu or something you picked up? I get that from time to time, but mercifully not that often. Maybe every couple of years for a few days, I get that kind of strange kind of fever. Probably a virus. Happiness, yeah. Trust, loyalty, someone who has your back, happiness. Absolutely. No drama. Someone traditional who will, you know, get in the trenches with you, so to speak. The old school stuff. And not someone who will meet you at the finish line when you've got all your work done. Yeah, I'll be waiting at the finish line for the winners to come through. Well, I've seen that a lot in modern social dating. It's not like my time where it was all a roll of the dice. Yeah, I've got a lot of family, and I've seen her girlfriends and that, you know, and not impressed, you know. There's nothing that draws a girlfriend now like a flashy car, you know, or something like that. Of course, if there's a guy and he's just slaving away there, he's taboo, isn't he? And they're the guys you need. You know, the guys that will do the hard work. Everyone wants to chat. Hi, Daz. Just living the dream at the moment. No car, you're better off. I've always viewed cars as a tool. I don't care if it's 1,000 years of age. I've got a car, and it's, oh my god, it's 11, right? Listen to this. I got it just before my accident. Do you know what the mileage is on it? It's in the garage. Do you know what mileage is on it, Poggy? And it's 11 years old. It's got something like 23,000 kilometers. Nobody's going to believe that. They're going to absolutely say I clocked that thing. But it's got a full service history. I use it about once every 10 days to drive to the local store and back. That's got to be a world record. That's got to be a world record. My son, his friend was selling something the other day. It was a cheap car if anyone wanted it. It was just, I don't know why people would waste money like that, but he got big money for some car. And he was very reasonable. He should have been bringing it to a garage, but maybe he wanted a quick buck. But my son was saying, you know, get that and this, that and the other. And it was something similar to mine, but way newer, obviously. And I said, well, why would I do that? Well, he said it's a better year. I said, I'm not impressed by the year. I said, like, there's almost 80,000 kilometers on that thing. The one I'm driving, I said, has been stuck in the garage. You know what I mean? With only 20-something. So I said, all I'm buying is a number plate. It's like buying an expensive handbag and you're buying a name. So he looked at me and said, yeah, he said, you're probably right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I don't care, you know what I mean, about what year it says it is. I view it like a drill or, you know, a jackhammer or whatever the case may be. It's a tool. And strangely enough, I'm not the fondest of driving. I don't mind driving, you know, but I'm not the fondest of driving. Although I have drove big trucks and stuff like that. But when I say not the fondest, I drive like it's a tool. I don't drive for pleasure. You know? I see kids now, and it's like a PlayStation. You know what I mean? It's like a toy. It's not. It's a dangerous, dangerous thing. You know. Especially with the drivers here. My good God. I remember back in the 70s, Pog. Well, the late 70s. We got a roundabout. Oh, it was pandemonium. We got our first roundabout. And I seen this old guy. And he was driving around the roundabout the wrong way. That was going on for ages. Oh my God. And the roads. Oh my... Oh, you should... Oh, guys, you should see the roads here. I'm a handyman at the moment. I'm booked off till August. Nice, already. I took the day off, and whenever I go out, ladies like, car, when you know, all the ladies like, what car? You know, I'm like, I don't need that. I rent a place in Dublin city centre. Exactly. No way. Yeah. I used to do, well, I do my own carpentry and stuff, all the furniture I have. I never did it professionally. I'm just a kind of keen enthusiast, hobbyist kind of thing. Satellites, do my own stuff like that. I always like to work with my hands. You're probably the same, Poggy. As a kid, I wasn't the guy that was watching TV. I was the guy that was outside building the tree houses. Ah, that's cool. I was running my own small business as well, up until my injury, when I took retirement. I had a tiny landscaping business. Yeah. But usually people who like to work with their hands usually go for that kind of self-employment. Yeah. Yeah, that's why well, obviously that's why I put in some long hours. When you're doing it for yourself, you'll really grind, you know, and you burn the candle at both ends. Maybe not the best thing. But I could never be comfortable punching a clock. Although I did when I was young, a lot. You know? Yeah, watching some boss's brother-in-law, you know, walking off the street with zero experience. And you'd have to train him, and then in a week he'd be telling you what to do. Yeah. That kind of stuff. Mm. Oh, that's a quote from Buddha. Yeah, that was put up a few years back. There was, you know, when social things come up, and that I thought it was a pretty nice quote. But we get some trolls on here. They're unbelievable, Poggy. Yeah. We get some really nasty trolls. We got one guy who was actually pretty flattering. We banned him. It was first time chatter. When I checked his channel out, he had his whole channel dedicated to me. Yeah. I don't know, just nothing to do, I suppose. You get some people, there's a guy that keeps coming back every year, we keep banning him. But he's big into, he thinks because of my accent I'm a terrorist. Apparently, yeah. So, if anyone in your country commits something bad, but I don't think he really believes that. He's just an idiot. You know what I mean? I don't even have... I did. I'll tell you my life of crime. I got a ticket for parking. Yeah, I got a ticket for parking once. That's my life of crime. I got a ticket from parking once because the local council weren't helping this old lady, and I know this sounds silly, but she needed something done. So I did some supplies, and I had to park outside the door and bring in some stuff. And she was a friend of a friend and was doing a favour, and I got a ticket. So I went out to the council and complained and told them that I was doing work that they should have been doing, just for the principle of it, and they rescinded the ticket. That's it. Yeah. Oh, as a kid, I was working in the UK, and insurance in other countries were more complicated then. You needed a thing called a green card, and I had one. It was a green card for 12 months. It was from Lloyd's of London, the insurance company. But I was driving locally, and this idiot cop just took a shine to me, and asked me for my particulars, all of this stuff, and he wasn't nice, but I produced and did all of that. So he sent me out a summons to appear in court for no insurance. No, this is in Tipperary, yeah, in Ireland, yeah. And of course, I went to court with a solicitor that, to be honest, I shouldn't have paying. And he said, "Oh, this guy has no insurance." I couldn't believe it, Poggy. I had insurance, perfect. Everything was perfect. I don't know where he got this from. No, I was in the UK, but I came back home. Where you'd be working abroad, you come back home for about a month when you get some time off, and obviously you bring your car. You know what I mean? But yeah, in the UK, I was working in London that time, around the Hammersmith area. Yeah. Shepherd's Bush, that kind of thing. This was a long time ago. This would have been late 80s, I'd say. Yeah, about late 80s. But went to court anyway. So he told the judge I had no insurance. So the judge looked down at my sister and said, "Well, what do you have to say about that?" And she went, So I said, "May I speak?" I said, "Your Honour." I said, "I've got my insurance here." So I gave him up the insurance. He read it out. Letter from the company. "This guy's insured. Lloyd's of London. Blah, blah, blah." And he looked at the cop who was in the stand, lying through his teeth. And he said, "Well," I said, "what do you have to say about this?" You know what the cop said to the judge about the insurance? Do you know what he said? "They're only saying that." If I was a judge, I would find that cop for contempt of court. I would get him sacked, and I would get him sent to prison. They're all in the same game. But the judge looked at him like he was a moron, which he was. And he said, "I find it hard to believe," he said, "that a company," he said, "like Lloyd's of London." He was saying that Lloyd's of London was a scam, and he was legit. You know what I mean? So the judge said, obviously he wasn't an idiot. We're talking about the guys who invented insurance. Lloyd's of London, So he said, "I find it hard to believe," he said, "that a reputable company like Lloyd's of London," he said, "would say one thing and mean another on a contract." No, he said, "I think," and he was wrong in saying this, "I think," he said, "it's the scandalous price," he said, "of insurance here for young people," which had nothing got to do with it. He probably didn't know the full story that I was back, visiting relatives for a while. So that was okay. So the cop knew when I was going home because I showed him my tickets. He waited till the day before I was leaving. He gave me another producer. I produced again. He knew I left that day. He sent out another summons to an address he knew I wouldn't be living in because it was gone. I didn't get that letter, and they had a second court for me when I was not there. He made sure he got another judge, and all he said to the judge, well, he didn't respond, and he didn't show up. So the judge took the cop's friends. Obviously, he got one of his friends to do it. They put me off the road for 12 months and fined me 300 when I was already in court for that and proved my case. I know double jeopardy doesn't work with something like that, but that's how corrupt the system is. I learned quite young what the law system here is like. It's not good. You know what I mean? Of course, I'm nobody. It doesn't really matter. But, they can trample on everyone's rights like that. That's Ireland for you. Yeah. I don't know why he didn't take a shine to me. I was very, very polite to him. I don't know. But that's the law system. I remember in Offaly I was reading the paper, yeah. And that's it, yeah. There's no justice, is there? The ombudsman is a joke. All ex-cops. And the same organisation paying the ombudsman and the guys you're suing. That's gonna go well. Self-investigation. Cool. But I've been in a lot of countries, Poggy. A lot of countries. Probably every country in Europe. Most of them, let's say I would stay maybe 4, 5, 6 months working or whatever the case may be. And, you know, you'll deal with law enforcement from time to time. Even the likes of Germany, you know. They carry guns, very polite, you know what I mean? Very, very professional. Even the cops in the UK, even though they've got a bad rep, especially the Met, you know, those guys, for the best part, are very, very professional. You know, if they pull you up on a road stop or something, which is, you know, totally their right to do, you know. If you've got everything you need and whatever the case may be, they won't harass you. But I found the cops here to be very unprofessional. Almost like a kind of gang, where they demand some kind of respect because they've joined an organisation, you know, they think they're better than you. They'll ask you some silly questions, you know. The hilarious part of it is when they're training in Templemore, I don't know if they're still training in Templemore, they've got to swear an oath to the Constitution to uphold the Constitution. But that's not what they do. They enforce government policy and they serve themselves. I've yet to see a cop here that upholds the Constitution. They will step on your constitutional rights every chance they get, and people don't know their rights, and they let them away with it. When you're stopped for no reason, which is perfectly legal, the only thing you have to do is tell them your name, your address, where you're coming from, where you're going to. He has a right to check your tax, your insurance, your license, and your DOE or MOT. And if he's a real nasty idiot, he can, you know, go about checking lights and tires and that, but that's too much like hard work for those guys. That's it. Is to hold you there a reasonable amount of time and then you go on your way. He is not to ask you other questions like, what do you work at? You know, personal questions. That's all privileged information. They regularly do that. You know what I mean? Now, what I don't like about these guys as well, and I've seen them here around town, there's kids. You know, kids are wild. You see 12, 14-year-olds during school holidays hanging around. They love to regularly go up to kids, right, chat with them, right, and search them. Now, that's not on. You know what I mean? Like, if anyone else did that, to go on a list, and you know the list I'm talking about, you know, the guys that hang around playgrounds, these guys are dangerous. You know what I mean? There's no way you should approach a kid, even if they're doing something silly. You know what I mean? You could warn them or whatever the case may be, and trying to find their parents and that. But under no circumstances should you approach kids. And another thing is what we need here. We need cameras. There should be no legitimate stops, or those guys should not be allowed to do their job without cameras. I'm not saying they're all like that. You often heard the story, let's say, a few bad apples spoil the barrel. But I'm afraid here there's only a few good apples in that bad barrel. Dublin, are they bad in Dublin? I haven't lived there much. They always do. I'm in Dublin and they check the young lads. Though I know they're probably looking for drugs and all of that stuff, but there's an age thing, Poggy. It just doesn't look good. If you were that way inclined, if you were attracted to kids, it would be your ideal job. It's inappropriate, it's wrong, it's against the law. They're kids, they're minors. Yeah. Yeah. No. It's wrong. It's wrong, it's sickening, to be honest. But I remember the local scandal here. There was a video released of one of the cops. And, he made his own X-rated movie with one of the locals. Yeah, rumours was he was a drug mule for some drug gang in Limerick City. It goes on forever. Yeah, it goes on forever. It really does. But, rumours. I tend to believe them. But that's my rant. No, strangely enough, I have nothing against the organisation. It is a necessary thing we need. I have, however, got a serious problem with the way they run things. And I've got a serious problem of this so-called thin blue line. When your officers are going rogue and you're covering for them, and doing like what the church did when they've got enough damage done, move them to another section so they can infect that as well with their toxic behaviour. They checked a 13-year-old and I confronted him. It was like, he's just 13, leave him alone. And then they harassed you, didn't they? And then he was like, you're coming with me as well. I'd say, please do. I was like, I'll go with you. And if I can take a picture or your badge number. Always use your phone, Poggy. Yeah, always use your phone. Yeah, they pee themselves when they see a phone. I haven't seen a guard since. Probably got the sack. Yep. Yeah. I was harassed one day in the street. I said, one moment. And I turned the phone on. I said, please repeat what you say. He looked at me like he wanted to strangle me. Clenched his fists, went white in the face and walked away. Horrible. I don't know, I didn't know this guy. Maybe he mistook me for someone else. Yeah. Your mobile phone. That's the way to go. If you can, I think you might get one for free. You'll get a cloud save on these. They have a habit of snapping your phone and smashing it if you record them doing something nasty. The phone, it is. Yeah. But like, I remember I was going to some function. It was late at night. These cops were dragging this drunken guy out of a bar, which was obvious. But he wouldn't get into the car. And his head was halfway in. I literally seen them bang the door on his head. Now that's not on. I know he was a problem and that. You can't be doing that, Poggy. He might have been a hard case and he might have been annoying, and he might have been violent. But, is that what we want? You know what I mean? Is that what we want? It's unbelievable. But that's an isolated case. I don't want to seem like it's happening everywhere. But you'll see things like that from time to time. And someone who does that has obviously done that a lot. And the organisation is covering for them. There's only one way to fix our law enforcement here. You would have to start from scratch. It would have to be 100% transparent, and all of the people working there now would have to go. They would have to go. There's no other way. The law system needs to be reformed as well. The judge is too much a king here. We have a system. I'll tell you one case that I remember. This happened in the late 70s in Offaly. But there was two guys up in court. One guy was driving home late at night after visiting a takeaway. His passenger threw a chip bag out the window and was littering late at night. the cops pulled him over, and they put the driver off the road for 12 months, and they found him, I think it was a couple of £100. And, sorry, it might have been the early 80s. That was a lot of money. And the next case up was a doctor, and he was 2 times over the alcohol limit. He was fined £100 and had no suspension on his licence because he was a necessary person for the community. Where is the justice in that, Boggy? When you drop a paper on the ground, you lose your licence for 12 months, and you get fined, 3 times more than a guy who was drunken driving. And there's no justice. Oh, this guy is better than you. So, a judge has the power to do that. So the law is the judge. The law is supposed to be fair. But if it's up to the judge, the law is only as good as the man. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's wrong. Now, obviously, there's high courts and the stuff, but it's too expensive for people to be doing that, and it's too much hassle. So for the majority of the time, they'll get away. And I've read some local cases here, what the judges have said to defendants, where it was this guy's word against the other, and they used a legal term. What was it again? It's a Latin term. But basically, well, you're telling me one story, and you're telling me another. I forget the Latin term for it. But it basically means, well, you look guilty. I think you're guilty. Can you tell me, Poggy, where in the law does someone looking guilty, does that count without proof? How could you make a decision on a eeny, meeny, miny, mo on 2 guys? You know what I mean? Would in your own bias and prejudice kick in there, even if you didn't know? That little monster that we all keep in the back of our mind. Yeah, there's a lot needs to be done with the law system. The law has not been reformed here. In 1922, we're basically living under the same rules, let's say, when we were occupied. There's some small changes. We had a civil war over stuff like that, So it basically makes the judges and the government the king. They can make whatever decision they want to do, even if it goes against their own rules, which was perfect for, colonializing areas and stuff. Yeah, there needs to be a massive. Did you notice the Constitution? Did you ever go through it lately? How many amendments have been put in? You see the one about Garda Síochána? Did you see that one sneaked in? That was done, I think, in the 70s. But basically, it said, if you read through the legal jargon, that a police officer cannot testify against another police officer and bring disrepute to the organisation. So if you dig deep down into it, that's basically if you see another police officer doing wrong and you testify against them, making a show of them, shaming them, that's not a good thing. You'd have to read deep into it. It's a strange amendment. It's very vague, like that referendum they pushed on us the other day. So basically, it's there, I suppose, for whistleblowers. But I've had accountants and other people I've known socially who used to be cops that started off with the greatest intentions, and once they were in there and seen how the system went, they just got disgusted and left. One of my accountants was an ex-cop. We had a good conversation. Yeah. He said he would be more honest as a criminal. And then I jokingly said to him, well, you're accountant, you are. And he looked at me and he started laughing. You went to the dark side. Now, yeah, we just got to do a few little bits and pieces here. I could go on about this forever, but what's the point? I've just seen too much. But it's only when you get out of here, Poggy. It's only when you get out of here. But obviously, I haven't lived long enough in other places. I'm sure every country has its problems. It's just with this country, I know so much about it. You know, I've seen so much. But I've always found law enforcement to be much more professional and much more fair, even in the UK. I remember one day, now if they were nasty, if I did it here, they would have taken my license. I was quite young. I was only about 25. And I was driving in the UK, and some friends were drinking at some club, and they couldn't get a lift home. And they couldn't walk. Oh my God, no. I think it was around Birmingham. And I said I'd give them a lift, but when I got there was too many of them. But I couldn't leave them behind. No taxis, zero. No, they were too drunk. So I squished them all into the car. And obviously I was cramped in the driver's seat. Like there was two in the passenger seat. There was like 6 or 7 in the back, and you know, they were hanging out through back windows. It was an absolute circus. But as I was coming around the roundabout, they were pushing off me, so I was swerving a little bit. So do lights behind me. I said, that's it. Bye license. So they pulled me over. I said, you don't mind if I get out, officer? He said, yeah, sure. I said, it's a bit crowded. He looked at me and he started laughing. So I told him the truth. I told him, I said, you can breathalyze me if you want to. I said, I've got work in the morning. I said, these guys called me. They couldn't get a lift. They threatened to walk home. They couldn't get a taxi. And, you know, I was afraid to be killed, and they would have been. Now, these guys were mad. And he went in and he smelled a drink, and he looked at me, and I explained, and he said, yeah, he said, fair enough. He said, you did the right thing. We'll overlook this. He said, be careful. He said, drive slow. And in future, he said, tell your friends to, what was it? I'll paraphrase it a bit to cop on. He said, I'll not be putting you out like this. I said, thank you very much, officer. And he let me go. If I did that here, they would crucify me. You know? So I know it was the wrong thing to do. It might have been a little bit dangerous, but it was the lesser of two evils. I am a careful driver, you know? And I was driving, you know, pretty slow. Maybe that's what drew their attention. But that's law based with justice. You don't see that anymore. Now, where is my titanium? Have we run out of this one? Nope, we haven't. We'll just make a few pots for these, and I'll work on them later. Yeah, I'll just plant them out anyway. I'll be redecorating this. Yeah, these are the new ones. These are the land plants. These are as well. Yeah, okay. I'll sort them later. I just want to grow a few samples. Yeah. It kind of goes beyond corruptness. It goes like power mad kind of. Well, I won't say monarchy, but it's like a tyranny, you know. Yeah. Yes, they do. I've heard that many times. Apparently I speak so low I make them feel tired. Yeah, this is like the kind of yeah, you can't sleep channel. Yeah, watch Croc and you'll soon fall asleep. The irony is I can't sleep myself. Oh my God. I've heard that a few times. Apparently it's the low tone of my voice. No problem, that. Oh, look at this, guys. Cooks and salads. This is only the stuff then, it's only this one we can do. Yeah. So now at least I know the way it is. This thing here grows, And it's the leaves that we do the cooking with. Good in salads. No, I just needed, that's why I took both samples. So the fruit is just junk. Well, it's still not bad. Okay. We'll grow enough samples from that later. Look at the dead fish. That's it, guys. Yeah, the other thing is just food. We need that with some other stuff. Where am I going to hold that? Get rid of that one. Hang on. That would do. I'll keep it down here. I'm going to make one of those salads later in case we're moving out, and we'll see what it's like. Oh yeah, the titanium. Yeah. It's still nice and quiet, guys. I'll try, if I possibly can, I'll try and make the 4 hours another hour and a half, but we'll use that because we are massively low on quartz and titanium. And if I start the building thing now, that could go on for 5 or 6 hours. But we wouldn't have enough materials anyway. This would be a good time to do so. No, I despise my own voice, Poggy. With a vengeance. Yeah. I'd rather listen to Wurzel Gummidge than my own voice. But I've rarely met anyone that likes their own voice. Check, did you eat and drink in the game? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm down to 28, but that will last a while. And I'm going to do a small bit of hunting out here in a second. That will last me a while. Now. Yeah, this is the base we've been doing. It will look a lot different once I do the decorations. The decorations in this game, there's not a lot. But there's one-off things like posters and stuff you can pick up, so I'm really on the lookout for those guys as well. Okay, why not? This is the best upgraded water there is. It's a pity they didn't do the same with the food. Those nutrient blocks were absolutely ideal. Would use the scanner this time, guys. And what are we looking for? Well, gold would be nice, although we don't use a lot of that. We don't use a ton of that. Now let's get rid of that rotten fish. There we go. Now that's... I want to start making those salads eventually, see what they're like. But for the meantime, I will store them here. That's it. Perfect. Yeah, we don't need this one yet. You gotta love the laser cutter. Now, I'll save it here, save a lot. We'll do a brief bit of fishing out here and stock that up so we don't have to keep doing the salted ones just while we're working here. I'm so happy I took today off. Oh, so you're getting some rest. What did you do with your day, Buggy? I've been watching so many movies lately. But it's nice, you know. But I always used to really, really value my free time when I was working. And now I've got so much of it, you know, even the days don't have any meaning. I realised that quite soon, that some days, sometimes I don't even know what day it is. If you don't have anything to do, you know, time is kind of meaningless. Off today and Tuesday. Nice. Nice. Was it a kind of a holiday thing or a function you were going to? Welcome back, Daz. Welcome back. I used to love my time off. I could spend it with my boys when they were young. I would have liked to have doing more, but can't do both, you know. Can't be out there working and providing and yeah, but I did make use of the time I had. Oh, I do all the time. And it's kind of strange because I was always very, very punctual. I don't think I was ever late for anything. All there was a few times a stupid daylight savings time. I don't know how many times that caught me. It even got to the stage where I had to get one of those radio clocks that would change over automatically. Why do they keep doing that? Oh yes, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, well sometimes you need a break. Yeah. The last time I got a break, I literally got a break. I had to take some time off doing my own work was when I smashed my wrist. You do, an odd time, yeah. I know exactly, yeah. Well, what I was doing, I would work Saturday as well. Sunday was kind of taboo, you know what I mean? Because, you know, most people would be at home, there'd be a lot of noise, that kind of stuff. But let's say the 5 days was no problem. But I would ask, I'd say, we'll try and get this out a bit quicker for you. If you want to, we can be here Saturday as well. 99% of people would say yes. You know, but I'd always have something to do. Yeah. Oh, I know the feeling. Yeah. Even some Sundays you'd have stuff to do in the yard, and you know you'd be out for another 6 or 7 hours. 7 days when I was younger, stores closed at noon. I remember that. I remember I was just a kid in a small town I was living in. Wednesday, the entire town was shut down. Nothing was opened. Bars, shops, garages. It was a dead zone on Wednesdays. And I think, was it Thursday was a half day. Yeah, none of that anymore. And any holidays, yeah, it was a waste of time. Well, that's good. I'm exactly the same. I only drink one, maybe, if I'm forced to in a social occasion. Like I could if I want to, you know. Perfect. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Something to look forward to. You finish your work, you know what I mean, you want to relax, you go out with some friends to socialise, to wind down, you drink a couple of pints, yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Exactly. It looks like you had roughly the same system I had when I was a kid. Yeah, we're not that common, Poggy, from what I see of kids today. Yeah, I would only drink socially. Come on. They still haven't got that gun for catching fish. This is boring. We'll use the scanner in a moment. Yeah, it should be enough. Right. Stupid flu. Oh my. Now. Oh. A girl I like has a crush on me, but I don't see her like that. Oh, I see. But I told her I'd meet up with her today. Had a few drinks with her, and all she can say, stay if she wants, but she will have to be gone by 6. I see. Did you find anything good exploring? We got some kind of decorations, some plant pots for the wall. You remember the stuff that we got on the other ones, but we had to do a quest. And we got some new PDAs and stuff like that. And some more information. Yeah. But nothing much. Nothing much. I remember in my day as well. You know, young ladies that sometimes make it obvious they had a bit of a crush. Personally myself, in retrospect, Poggy, just for sake of conversation, I'm not giving you advice in the least, they've always been a red flag to me, with my experience. I remember one in particular, no real interest, but, you know, during a moment of weakness we dated for a while. She was not of sound mind, but that was maybe isolated, but be surprised how many times they get very possessive and very stalky. Yeah. One in particular was, oh my god, that woman should have been... Yeah, they should have locked up that woman. Irish women are pretty dangerous, Boggy. Yeah. I've dated women, let's say, from a lot of other countries, and the Irish women are something to behold. Oh, they are spiteful, that. Did you ever see that one, what was it called again? You remember that bunny boiler? What's her name? Glenn Close and Michael Douglas. What was that called? Was it not Basic Instinct, was it? You know that one where he was having an affair with this one, and then she tried to destroy his life. Yeah, Irish women can be spiteful. No, that was Mickey Rourke. 9.5 weeks. That was more like a like a Triple X thing. Yeah, that was 9.5 weeks. That was Kim Basinger, wasn't it? Mickey Rourke. No, this one was Glenn Close and Michael Douglas. What was it called again? He wouldn't leave his wife, and he came back, and they had a pet rabbit outside, and he found it boiling in a pot. Bunny boilers, I call them. Oh, I'll think of the name eventually. But as I got older, the little red flags, let's say, I used to ignore in my 20s, they all look so obvious now. Yeah, or maybe I'm just delusional, but yeah, I can see red flags everywhere. It's like sometimes you're not right, you know what I mean, obviously. But it does bring up suspicion. I like the one at the moment, but I think you see, she might be a gold digger. Yeah. Yeah, you want to be careful there, Poggy. Yeah, be very, very, very careful. You know, you could easily create a situation for yourself that you can never get out of. I would say, and again, I don't want to seem like I'm giving you advice, it's none of my business. Concentrate on your career, yeah? You know, sort yourself up, and remember, when you get to that finish line, there'll be a ton of people waiting for you. They're not the people you want. Yeah, you don't want the person that'll come over and, you know, get the winner from the line. You need someone traditional. You need someone that will, if you were living with your mum, or you had your own condo, it makes no difference. The problem is, how do you know what's going on in someone's mind? You nearly have to do something like a catfish and something like that. Fatal Attraction. That's the one, that. Couldn't think of the name. Be very careful. Women can play, anyone can play a pretty long game with someone, and when you get more involved in a relationship, you tend to ignore the red flags. You know what I mean? But I'm not saying everyone, but just be careful. Yeah. And that's it. Yeah, and that's it. But at the same time, let's say you don't want to, let's say, and this is hypothetical, obviously, and worst case scenario, you meet someone, you think she's very nice, and she's very good at what she says, and maybe you get married and you together 6 months or whatever the case may be, and then she's had enough, and then you sell your assets and you pay your legal fees, and then you start again. She just goes on and finds somebody else and does it again. I've seen it happen. A friend of mine. But the law in the UK is pretty strange compared to here. They did try to smother that through here, but it failed. Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah. I could always sense those kind of... I had a friend, and he was very successful. He's a really talented gas engineer. And he had a girlfriend, and she would only stay over for one night every so often. But he was going out with her for 2 years, whatever kind of crazy law they had in the UK. But because she used to stay over an odd time, when they broke up, she was considered his common law wife. And he had to sell everything and give her half. And then, well, it was more like 2/3 by the time he was done with legal fees. And I had to start all over again. Just from a kind of semi-casual relationship, because of the laws. You remember that referendum that they were throwing at us the other day? That had similar wordings, Poggy. I took the time to read through it. I voted no on that one. But we all did, luckily enough. There was some vague areas about caregiver. That was a red flag. That would have been a nightmare to define that in a court of law. That would have cost you everything you had going through barristers to get to the bottom of that one. That was a nightmare. When I was 20, she was a model in my eyes. Then when I told her I loved her, she broke my heart. Oh, absolutely. Horrible. Horrible. But, yeah, you can easily get attached to someone, I suppose. But if you look at it the same way, let's say, you were quite young. You were 20. We go through a lot of emotions then. You know what I mean? You'll see when you get much older. She was 42. So, she would have been in a different frame of mind. I know we think much differently. But long term, maybe that wouldn't have worked out, and she wanted you to, to maybe find someone your own age, It might not have been personal, yeah. Next week. Ah, I see. Oh, hi, lady, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome. To be honest, let's say if I was single, Poggy, and someone wanted to date me, less than half my age, even if this person was very attractive and I really liked her, I wouldn't want to date her, to be honest, Oh, hi, Sleepy Winter. Disarray, you're welcome. How have you been? The age difference was a lot. Maybe not now, but, both people become attached to each other. You know, yeah, it wouldn't have been. It would have been probably much more painful. Yeah, I've seen it play out a few times, Buggy. So, were you doing some Call of Duty type stuff, lady? We're still here on what's this called again? It's below zero. And we're going to get some food, I think. We're...
Vital signs stabilizing.
And I still got a flu. No, SE4. Oh, nice. A+. So, is that like, I'm not familiar with that. Is it like a kind of shooting multiplayer kind of game? Oh, Elite Sniper. Sniper Elite, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is kind of, yeah. Nice. So, how have you been? I decided to do an unscheduled stream. I woke up about 4 AM and couldn't get back to sleep. So, yeah, why not play some games? I knew I'll be on for a few hours, so might as well stream it. I'm do if you're referring you're referring to Lady Siege. Okay, we'll have to eat that anyway. That was a waste of a fish, but who cares? Now what we're going to do for the time we have left, we need to grind for resources. We have a couple of big bills on the space to do. We need to do a massive greenhouse section and alien containment for these monsters and stuff. So we are going to grind some things. And we'll keep those two. Here we go. There. Now we've got to go back, guys, and get our tank. So we'll get the scanner up and running. So will we go after titanium or quartz? Well, to be honest, we're very, very low on quartz. And then we'll pick up anything interesting on the way as well. So it'll be a nice break from what we've been doing, just to go out and scavenge for a while.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
We grab that tank. Oh, sugar! It's on the ship, isn't it? Yeah, I'll give you a look at this base, guys, in a moment. Once I just get a little bit organized here. Oh, sugar! There it is. Oh, don't want to be losing that. Now let's do a save. So this is the base. Well, we're basically on the iceberg. It's huge. But I've centered these from the middle of the base coming down. This gives a kind of a Star Trek vibe, doesn't it? Yeah, my base is up there on that. Oh, we can't see it now in the dark. This is ridiculous. Yeah, there it is up there. You see it? So it's dead center on this. The base is pretty huge. And then we have our gardens here. But I'm impressed with how it's taking this build. It seems to be more stable than the last one. Now the glitching you see on the landscape, well, that was pretty much in the game right from the start, even before the building. I seen I did a patch to fix it, but maybe not for Xbox. And it doesn't bother me that much. It doesn't happen all the time. So this is going up to the base as well. Again, coming from the center. This will be for our sea plants. We'll be using from time to time. It's still not finished. I'm still in the process of kind of fixing it up. But we still have two main things to do. Alien containment and the greenhouse. But I think I'll go all out in this base. Yeah, it's coming along. To be honest, I didn't think I'd get away with it because the ground level is to build, but that's running down to our thermal plant. Plenty enough to power 2 of them, I think. Yeah, okay. Let's go. It'll look a lot better once I get to decorating and stuff, but I'm more concentrating now on building it up. Because you know me, I don't want to do the decorating now before it's finished. Because I might change something, and that means taking the whole lot down again. I like to do it in layers. Now, where are we going? Okay. Let's bring some stuff with us as well. The fish thing, yeah, okay. Not much we can do about that. Right, let's go. So, will we set the scanner? What are we going to look for? Do you know what's on this, Das? And it's pretty interesting. It's a scanner looking for PDAs. I've never set it off yet. I might actually do it, and then we'll go looking freehand. It's going to be a lot harder to do, but we'll be more nosy. Where's that scanner? So within 450 meters, if there's any PDAs that we missed, it should show up. We've gone too far. Now you could build another one of these somewhere else. You know, it would be easy to track down some stuff. Yeah, look at it here. Now lead, I suppose, would be a thing we need. I might go for the lead instead. Yeah, I'll show you. Here. I've never set it off. Now, that one there, blah blah, for that, they hold certain metals. What's that thing? What's that, guys? What is it? I've never noticed this. What is that? We'll check it later. And the fragments, obviously, they're everywhere. Not a bad way to get that other stuff. Geosec. Hang on. Maybe I'm mistaken. No. Where did I get that idea from? No, I'm wrong, Das. It's not here. A Leviathan, yeah. Why would I want to track those down for? Oh, yeah, to see where they are. Danger-wise. Where did I get that idea into my head? I was almost sure this could track down PDAs. I was telling everyone it could. I must have seen it somewhere else and thought it was on this. No, table coral, titanium silver. No, my apologies, guys. I can't track down PDAs. Oh, I'm so silly. Well, what about creature eggs, guys? I'm missing a few. Yeah. I don't know how that got into my head. I was probably looking at this and then probably looking at one of my PDAs and got it mixed up. I knew that would have been too easy. You could track down all of the wrecks and everything that way. And all of the good stuff. Yeah. Okay. I've been collecting eggs. See the creature eggs? It's a little different. So that's what that is. That's Leviathans. So we know where they're hanging about and keep away from them, kind of thing. Okay. They're not that much of a problem, to be honest. The creature eggs. I'd know anything I haven't seen before. We'd have to go out high for this one. I'll show you the stuff I have, guys. Now, I have 450 meters. I could get it to 500, but for the extra 50 meters, I'd rather use one of the speed modules on this. See what I mean? That's the speed one. But I could upgrade it another 50 meters, but it's not worth it. So, I'll show you the eggs I have. We'll give that time to fix itself up. Because I've got 2 little sea monkeys. I wouldn't mind 2 more. I want 2 for containment vats and 2 as spares. Where is the... Here's the eggs. I'm trying to get 4 of each. So, they're squids. And I found some of those donut guys as well the other day. Now, they're deadly. Yeah, they're deadly. And those, they're the sea monkeys. They're that... Those kind of donut thingies. And these ones, I think they're the freezing fish. I found them underneath an iceberg. But I think I'm missing about... I don't know how many species. To 16 it said. So we've got... 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, 11. We're missing 5 species. And I could do with 2 more of those squid shark eggs and 1 of these guys here, whatever they are. And 2 of the monkeys. So I can have my stuff up and a little kind of spare thing. Okay. Well, we're still going to be looking for stuff. Now, I'd say the best chance we have here is finding the monkey eggs. And we can pick up quartz and titanium as well. So we can do it all in one go. Let's go. And how have you been in FGS? Yeah, I don't think I will. The way those 2 are laid out, they look like a one-off thing. But I could put the 2 of them in a tank and we could breed some eggs. So, yeah, I think we might be able to do that. I'll use the round ones. Good luck finding. Oh yeah, been good. Yeah, I'm a little better, but I still have that nasty persistent cough. Oh, it's almost 8. If I'm on, guys, in another hour, will one of you remind me to take the medication I have for the moment? To take it every 8 hours. My brain is all over the place. So in about another half an hour would be good, in case I forget. And then I've got to take it again at 4 PM. Right, let's go. I usually wouldn't take it, but I've had this 3 times in 6 or 8 months. And I did promise last time, if I keep getting it like this, I'd give it a try and see if it... Well, at least cut the edge off it or something and get rid of it a bit quicker. Now we're going for the eggs, but I'll tell you what we're doing as well. We're going to be kind of... looking for everything, really. So this is just our excuse. Oh, I don't want that idiot. But he does have sulfur, some of these guys. I don't know anymore anyway. It's not worth the hell. There it is. No, that's the eggs. I've got all of these that I want, guys. Yeah, they're useless. I should have known those idiots would be in here. Well, we will take the silver as well. See, and we'll get titanium, so we'll kind of work on all of them. Why, thank you guys. Appreciate that. Stupid cough. I should have known. Be all crayfish. Yeah. No, these are just eggs. Yeah, it's not gonna point those out anyway. I think we get out and about, guys. A good chance of getting the monkeys in here, and that's what I wanted. We pick up the odd crystal. Nah, it's gonna take too long. We'll get out and about. Too confined. Alright, let's go for the eggs down here. There's obviously one of those little monkey eggs somewhere, but... Where is my... There it is. This is the problem, guys, with that stupid thing I'm driving. I'll have to change the color or something. Ah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll park that high up. It'll be easier to see. There's too many of those little things around. Okay, we'll park it high up in future. Right, let's go out to the furthest reaches for these eggs. See over here? Oh, that's the... I've got those guys. Yeah, we've got those guys. Oh, maybe not such a good idea, is it? All of this stuff I have. No, I have tons of those. No, I think the only chance we have then is with the monkey guys in the caves. Oh, these are all pretty common. I got these like day one. Yeah, there is. They're pretty hard to find. The ones I'm looking for. Like, there's a benefit to breeding the monkey, the sea monkeys, that, you know, let's say, even if you didn't want to keep them, keep breeding them. Leave them out around the base and bring back junk as well. They do like to give gifts. These are all pretty common. For this to be effective, I'd have to go to a new area, and just bring the materials to build one of those quickly, you know, with a solar panel, and then smack it out, you know. I still can't understand why I thought that thing would track down PDAs. Okay, whatever about the crayfish, we have no choice now. We'll have to hit the tunnels. Now, if we're going to do that, I want to go to one of the tunnels with a ton of junk in it. Nah. This is only good if we haven't been in an area before. It seemed like a good idea. Yeah, all of those guys, they're everywhere. They're probably the most common. Right. Yeah, that's a pity. Well, we didn't get much for our asshole, did we? Okay, it's lead. We'll go for lead then. That's something we have almost zero of. I was hoping though for maybe a monkey or two. Wasting my time looking at this one. No, I have all of those guys. For a while I thought the smaller ones was just a smaller version of the other ones, but no. It's a different one. The markings are slightly different. Although they're a bit lazy on the colouring. Nah, this is no good. Let's go back and change the scanner, guys. I'll probably find those guys, but no, it's just all the same ones I've got. I've pretty much gone over this time and time again. Alright, okay, we'll change the scanner. We'll go back and get the lead. I've almost 0 lead, and there's a good few upgrades, and I'm going to upgrade the other sea trucks. We'll need a ton. Yeah, okay. Would have been a good thing to do early on when I was collecting the eggs, but I've pretty much found them now anyway, so what's the point? And it's distracting as well when you see all this. Now, if I could change the color of that, it would be better. Yeah, when we're looking for the lead, we'll get tons of opportunities to find other stuff as well. Right, let's change it to lead. I need a good 3 containers of that. Especially when it comes to the glass. You know, those glass roofs and stuff. Good few of the upgrades use lead, and
Welcome aboard, Captain.
the sea trucks use a certain amount of it as well. That's a pity. Okay. We can live with that.
Warning, emergency power only.
Oh, that's a
Power
bug.
restored. All primary systems online.
That is a... Oh, where's the power going? Nah, that's wrong, guys. That can't be right. That does not take up that kind of power. It is, yeah. It is. Because the drop rate is supposed to be 50-50 from a certain kind of rock. Oh, if you're looking for it without the scanner, it's rare. Before, you could get lead from almost any rock. There was a small chance of getting it. Now, it's about 50-50 from a certain kind of rock. But from the drop rates I've been getting, it's more like 25%. You know? So it's forced me to use the scanner. When you're using the scanner, you can pick it up pretty easy. But I never had to use the scanner on the other one. Because when I was smashing all the rocks, there was more of a chance. Now, let's say, the way they work it, one kind of rock will give copper. And if it's not copper, it's going to be titanium. Another kind of rock will give lead, and if it's not that, it's titanium. The titanium would be the backup. Before, when you smashed a rock, there was maybe chances of 2 or 3 different metals, you know, from what I know. Because I wasn't even trying to get lead the last time, and I had tons of it. And when you need it in a rush. But it's not scarce, but if you're doing it without a scanner, it's a pain in the backside. Because the rock is very dark on the face it is, and it's hard to see. It's very, very hard to see. But nothing is that rare when you've got a good working scanner. And I think they might have done that so you'd actually use the scanner, which I think is good. You know, because it was something I didn't really bother with before. So I have no problem with using the scanner. Oh, goodness. Yeah, we wasted a bit of time on that, but at least we know the situation with the eggs. If I'm doing that again, I'll make it about, let me see, about almost a kilometre away. About 700 meters away, and then we'll scan a new area for eggs. A new biome. But I pretty much hammered this biome, I'd say. There, let's go. Right, we'll go after the lead. And it won't exactly show you the lead, it will show you the rock that might contain it. And then it's up to odds. It says 50-50, but I've smashed about 100 of them. More like 1/3, maybe 25%. But that was a small sample to try from, but I doubt if it's as much as 50-50. Right, let's go. Oh, hang on, the scanner. Silly. Maybe if I can remember which one it was. That was a pity. The egg thing. It's that darker one. Where is it? There it is. That one. Oh, hi, Scot-free. And how have you been? Anything interesting with you? I'll set the materials up for a new scanner room. We would easily be able to power it with just one solar panel. And we'll go to some other biome scanning for those eggs later. No big rush yet until we get the tanks up. But I had to check out how many species. Apparently there's 16. And that's quite a few. That's a lot of containments if we want a separate tank for each 4 8s. Not really. We could stack them. The multi-purpose rooms. So we'll be able to get it alright. Yeah, okay. Let's go. I'll figure out some kind of design for later. Right now, we really should be concentrating. Now, these guys, as far as I know, don't spawn back, and I've taken a humongous amount of lead from this area. So we're better off. Well, it's taking a while for the scanner to. That's why I got the speed upgrade. But we should be able to get a good bit. Weekend time, being lazy. Nice. Did you notice as well, some of these are kind of glitched. They've spawned within a rock. And I think that one is the one I'm on about there. See what I mean? Look. It's spawned within a rock. Some of them. So you can't really get to them. See that one as well? Yeah, it's spawned within a rock. So we go down here. Yeah, we'll probably find some junk as well. Well, we'll take anything that's interesting, but... This is the stuff. This is the best spot. What do they call these? The twisty bridges or... bendy roads, whatever they are. We'll park this guy up high. Yeah, I found this to be a decent spot. And you'll come across the odd piece of quartz and titanium as well. Usually with a scanning. You can scan for the fragments as well if you want to get the titanium. It's just good enough. Right, let's go. This would be a nice place to go sometime. Now, got a full tank of gas, or air, I should say. Right, let's get these. We'll try and start clearing these out. Some of them are down in here, are they? We're coming to get you. Yeah, we'll get the lower guys. This might be a bit dodgy, but I'll take any silver rocks as well we find. Now they're the two that can't be taken, I think. Okay. I think we're better off going for the large bunch and then we'll work it from there. Yeah, ignore those two. Ah, there we are. The old ball and chain has arisen from our coffin. There goes my harmony, huh? Ah, here we go. Okay, let's park here. This is a good spot. Oh, what am I talking about parking here? We don't have a truck here. Silly. There, we can pick these on the way as well. Equal opportunity and all that. Who knows, I might even find the odd monkey. Not a thing. This is a pretty backward way of exploring, but it has the unknown factor, I suppose. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Well, that's good, that's a piece of lead. It's something I'll be using less and less of now, but... Oh, during doing the foundations, it was a big thing. It held me back a lot. And I don't think it respawns, which is kind of cool anyway. There'll be plenty in this. Oh, to be honest, if it respawned, it would have no real value. You didn't have to work a little bit for it. Harmony is for PowerShell Core. Life is but a ball of chaos. Yep, I tend to agree. Oh. Ah no, we were down here before. We don't want to be going through that again. Move it. I think I might have found the entrance to that Q something thing. I was going to chance it maybe was not enough time now. We'll chance it some other time. We'll do a save in case we get crushed. It's a dodgy looking spot. There's a ton of thermal vents. There seems to be a way, and I could be wrong. Probably. I've seen it earlier today when it was grabbing some junk. But that's the two ones I can't get, the ones that keep drawing me away. Yeah, there's another one there, you see it? Trapped beneath a rock.
Warning. 30 seconds
Warning.
of oxygen remaining.
Warning. No, it's a waste of time getting that now. Okay. This is slow because I pulled a ton out from here. That's the two we don't want and the one below. Right, let's get into these guys here, we see. It's gotta be around here somewhere. They're a good bit down. I think it's time to move our ship, guys. Yeah, we'll grab what we can from here and then we'll move the ship. There's a few bits and pieces here, alright. We're better off going around here because it's nice and plentiful. These guys are not easy finding Das without that scanner. Give me right in front of you, you just go blind from looking for them. Of course, no one ever said that harmony would be harmonious without chaos. Of course. Oh yeah, they're not as bad as you think, you just ignore them. They're not as aggressive as the other creatures. Let's say on the first game. Well, not as aware anyway. Okay. Yeah, I think it's time we went for our little transport. Now this is getting ridiculous. There it is up there, we'll work our way up to it. Yeah, we'll go get it. We'll drive it right down here. Be way easier. I think we're okay for table coral. We'll only be really using it with microchips. It tries to eat you if you're not careful. The acronym. What game is that? SOMA. Yeah. I know if I'm familiar with that game. Like NMS, No Man's Sky kind of thing. So what's SOMA? Oh, sugar. There it is. Oh, that's what it's called. Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought it was an acronym. Underwater science fiction. I'd say I'd like that. PC only, I suppose. All the good ones are. I want to fill this truck before we come back. If I can, which there's not much filling in it, to be honest. But if it's possible, this is as large as I want to take it. Now we'll get closer to these crops. Oh yeah, we were in deep trouble with that scanner here, guys. Deep, deep trouble. Oh, you'd still get them, but like you're talking about a ridiculous amount of time. But on the last game, I just smash everything and get everything you need from them. The sheer percentages I went through, even if it was small, you get what you need. Coming for ya. I don't know where that is. In here, is it? I think we might have to ignore that guy. Yeah, we'll start taking these for a moment. Oh, this is so peaceful, doing this. You can take a kind of break and do this kind of thing. Yeah, I love these games. On all platforms, is it? SOMA. Nice. I'm going to have a look at that one. SOMA. Yeah, check it out in the store. It's set on an abandoned underwater science research station, and the sea life will be very aggressive. On the hard mode, I enjoy watching it. Nice. And is this the kind of game where it's not just set in one building? Can we kind of free roam out? Like this, going around, and can we build stuff? They're my favourite ones. It got 94%. Yeah, that is pretty good. If it had a little bit of building and technology in it, right up my alley. It'd be easy enough to check out. For good.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining. Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining. Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Sorry. Sorry, I forgot to switch it back. My apologies. Medicine time. It is too. Thank you, FGS. God, these look horrible. My apologies for that, guys. I tend to pause it when I'm going to sneeze or cough or, which is quite a lot. So how do you... So, do you self-extinguish creatures? Yeah, kind of. But I think they do it, but they leave an egg behind to carry on that practice. And then when that egg lays another egg, it explodes again. The cycle of life, Scot-free. The cycle of life. Yeah, I forgot. Do you know what would be great? And it would probably be on PT if there was a symbol, on my TV screen to show me I'm muted. Can't get it here on console. I think there used to be on the other ones. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm always talking, guys, so if there's a silence like that for anything over a minute, well, what's happened. Now, I'm going to mute again while I just blow my nose. Where is my handkerchief? Oh my good God. Yeah, this one will do. Now, just one moment. Oh God. There we go. We're at the stage on this flu now where it's going into overdrive. About 4 days after. Oh God. Oh. Right. Hang on, we're going up to sugar. Oh, I forget where we were going. This is a problem. This is a serious problem I have with finding stuff on this. There it is. There needs to be a way to kind of pin something so it's got a much bigger signature. I can't, yeah, it seems to be, but I can't get rid of it. I've had the flu, this exact same flu, 3 times in about 8 months, which is unusual. So my doc ordered some chest x-rays. You know? Hopefully I'm just unlucky. But it has to be that, because I only get the coughing when I've got like a sore throat, a runny nose. So the coughing comes in then. When I get rid of the coughing and the cold, it's all gone until, you know, it's always the runny nose and all of that first. So it's got to be. It would be just too much of a coincidence that it only shows up every time, you know, I get a cold. So, but I suppose it's nice to be safe. That's why he ordered the chest x-rays. No harm in that. Double checking, you know.
Seek fluid intake.
Yeah, we're all ready to go, guys. See if we can take out the last of this lead. Yeah, absolutely. Especially because the cough is so persistent over the last 8 months. But every single time I've got this cough, it's preceded by the classic symptoms: sore throat, runny nose, head cold, stuffed up. So it's got to be related. There's coincidences and then there's coincidences, but 3 times. No. I have an odd little tickly cough every now and again, but it's very, very minor. The usual stuff. This is like full-blown, like kind of whooping cough, uncontrollable. To the stage where you could literally pull a muscle in your back. The only thing I'm fearful about is maybe lung damage from all that coughing, or, you know, it's definitely not healthy. There's not much you can do about a flu. A new bug coming down from the Great Panda, yeah? By the time to talk about it, it's probably already done my beaming. Nah, it's okay. No, I've been getting this for the past 8 months or so, and I really don't go out much. But that's what is it? There's really not much we can do about it. When it comes to stuff like that, we're pretty helpless. So it's que sera kind of stuff, isn't it? But yeah, nothing would surprise me anymore. God, it keeps bringing me back to this. Wasting my time. Those are the 2 other ones. I'll try to get to these guys here. I think it's time to find a new area, guys. And we keep going for a bit longer. If we're going to start finding new areas, what we will have to do is bring the ingredients for making up one of those scanner stations, which will greatly reduce what we can carry. Ah, that's too far away, guys. Okay, let's get back. Yeah, I think we're done here. All the rest are unobtainable. Talk about the new panda flu on YouTube, and he was not worried yet. I hope he's right. Yeah, I haven't heard of it yet. There's always going to be new strains of flu. We've always had them, you know, and we just call it flu. You know, it'll be a tiny new strain. But because of that pandemic and the kind of attention it's got, now I suppose everyone is giving it more thought, you know. They're definitely getting probably more clicks on it as well. But it's something, guys, that's absolutely out of our control, you know. Well, for the best part at least. This has happened all through the ages with much worse. Well, maybe not much worse, it's just we didn't have the technology. Let's say, you know, the bubonic plague, right? Obviously our technology there was not the greatest. Simple antibiotics now can knock that one out. That wiped out a lot of people. Then it mutated and went airborne. And then it was the pneumonic plague. And there was smallpox. Influenza would have been the big one. That was before penicillin, wasn't it? Yeah. Penicillin would have been very, very helpful apparently on that one. So every so often you'll get these things. The ones we've been having compared to the ones they've had in the past is very slight. But I suppose that's mostly due to, you know, our technology, the stuff we have now. But yeah, apparently the plague, and then there was well, actually there is still cases of plague and leprosy in third world countries. You know? There's always been there. And you'll probably see a few new ones. As populations get bigger, we're encroaching onto areas, let's say, that probably like, you know, places in the Amazon and stuff like that. And there's probably new bacteria and viruses, or, well, it's kind of fascinating how they can occur, you know, where let's say you get an animal that has a certain kind of virus that's not harmful to a human. Then you get a human that has a certain kind of virus, let's say, you know, with maybe some mutations, and it kind of, you know, passes it to something, and you know it starts to mutate again. It's like a melting pot of nastiness, and then turns into something much more powerful. There's so many different factors that have to come together to make, you know, a new virus that's deadly, you know. Beyond this year's normal, so it's a little harsher, yeah. Not any flu, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Pasteurization, there was a big problem in France. Kids were dying off in Paris, 1-2 years of age, and some guy tracked it down to contaminated milk from cows and that kind of thing. And it was a simple treatment. He just sterilized the milk, boil it up, and the same with the drinking water. Well, that's when, let's say, this world of microbiology was like science fiction to us. Yeah, some great advances. Some really simple solutions as well. I think his name was Henry Pasteur, that's how we get the name pasteurization, you know. Yeah, but it is still just a virus, you know. It's not that selective. It will, you know, it's gonna break out when it's gonna break out. And what you're saying is at an unfortunate time. Yeah. It's just a matter of timing, really, isn't it? But I do know from reading before, when I was much younger, that it's very, very easy to identify a manufactured virus, apparently. There's telltale signs of manipulation, as opposed to a natural one. But all of the big guys in nature, I don't think we could even come close to, even if we wanted to. You know, the Ebola, God knows how many other different things. Nature has a way of creating some terrible things. And obviously, it's going to get more attention now. You know, because of what we went through a few years ago. Every kind of new strain of flu now will get it. And before, these were pretty common. You know, you get different vaccinations every year because they would mutate. Those guys have been around long before us, you know, and they'll be around a long time after. If there's one thing that they can do, and that's they can adapt. The reason we're still here is we can adapt too. Maybe not all of us, but most of us. This is the circle of life that has been going on since time began. And for the best part, especially when it came to, let's say, from a century before and onwards, you know, we've been pretty successful. You know, pressing ahead with technology, suppressing these, you know, about the timing. They seem to be going out of their way to find the worst strain and having to... Oh, that's been going on forever. Yeah, I didn't mean it in that way, Scot-free. If somebody finds a virus that's nasty, it is a potential weapon, of course. Yeah. They would go and find... Well... They'll usually say, well, we'll do it before somebody else will do it, and then we'll find a cure for it. Yeah, I know exactly. I agree too. Yeah. No, what I'm saying, the timing. If something happens naturally, let's say if a bad flu happens naturally, if it wasn't for the pandemic and the stuff that happened then, it would have been much more under the radar. If it happened, let's say, 10 years ago. No, it wouldn't have been such a discussion. But now it seems that every new strain that's coming out would be a discussion. If you see what I mean about the timing, you know, in that sense. But I do agree that if a new virus comes up and it's nasty, oh, of course, they will look at it. Well, there's two factors. There's one, it's a potential weapon, right? Now that's the bad version of it. And the other version is somebody's going to use it as a weapon. We'll have to do some research on it, see if it can be made into a weapon, and see if we can find a cure for it. The problem with that is now there's a new weapon, one way or another. Yeah. What I'm saying about the timing is, yeah, it would have going obviously much more under the radar, because these things were going on all the time. But I agree with you 100%. They will go out of their way to find the worst viruses. And in a way that's essential, because we need to find these viruses. But the one that we've suffered, let's say, a couple of years back, they knew about that for 20 years. They weren't bothered with research then. You know? But if it had a mortality rate of maybe 90%, they would have been bothered with it. Which, you can't blame them, to be honest. How do we get down there, guys? Oh, that's down in some trench, is it? Kind of. It's getting boring now. Yeah, I think we're done here. Oh, hang on. No, that's not the trench. See if we can pick up a few more pieces before we go back, but I think we're pretty much played out here, guys. Messing about for 2 or 3 more pieces we need. Well, we're doing this again. I'll come out, maybe make another compartment. We'll make this a bit bigger. What I want to do on the other side is build a proper truck, you know, for something. I need something for doing quests. Something I can get in and out with just the essentials. And then something for that kind of grind of doing this. I've been kind of doubling up using this for both. Here we go. This looks like a nice spot to search. Is there never mentioned anything that it's too late to contain it? Yeah. Well, I suppose it takes a bit of money and it takes funding away from something else. But it would be nice if, you know, maybe some of the countries got together and did some how could I put this, retroactive kind of look into things like, you know, stuff that might be a threat in the future. The problem with something like that is, you know, by looking for something like that and holding it in certain conditions and testing it and that, you could inadvertently cause something yourself that's going to be horrendous. Yeah. There's always risks, you know, to messing about with nature. You know, maybe someone might have the greatest intention. They might find some strain that's absolutely deadly to us. Trying to find a cure, try to mutate it to, you know, find a cure, and then that gets out somehow and it's even worse than the last. And, you know, what was pretty hard to contract is now pretty much like the flu, and there goes probably half the population of the world. We probably will in the future have to deal with something that's, you know, has unbelievable carnage and chaos. It is, it's always a possibility, you know. But so far, you know, the way things have been going and the way technology is going, we've been holding our own, you know. What's kind of saved us up to that point would have been a kind of herd immunity thing where, you know, survival of the fittest, the ones that were naturally immune would survive on and pass their genes and protect the next one. But when you're talking about some deadly strains like this that has, you know, we will survive, obviously. That has the population of knocking out half the world's population. That's a lot of friends and, you know, kids and dads and mums and that, and it's a horrible thing, you know. I doubt we'll ever see anything that's good enough to finish us, unless we create it ourselves. Yeah. But even then, you know. But nature is a threat, of course. But there's not much we can do about it. Just gotta be careful for messing with it. It's self-reported until the negative must be addressed. Oh, you mean... Oh, I see what you mean. Well, they are pretty secretive, alright. If we're talking about the same place, all of these totalitarian countries are pretty tight-lipped with information. Anything that might make them seem silly or might maybe affect trade. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I did. I just took it, and thanks for the reminder, Poggy. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just took it about 10 minutes ago. Thank you. Yeah. To certain degrees. Or at least our perception of it, at least. Yeah, it's just the way it is. Some are more overt than others. Now, let me get something to drink. Yeah, it could only mean one country. But imagine how many bacterial organisms were around, let's say, before even the human species were here. That might be absolutely devastating. I know there's findings, let's say, in the Antarctica and the ice pack and all that place of moss that was over 100,000 years old. They took it from some permafrost samples, put it in a proper environment, and it grew back just like it never died. God knows what's frozen out there. The stuff that we have, zero immunity to. All countries look into biological warfare for protection, I suppose. But they would keep samples, and they would be capable of doing biological warfare, but that is an absolute taboo. Yeah, that is an absolute taboo. The ramifications of using biological warfare would be, just even going back to the First World War, when they used mustard gas. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're talking about serious alienation. But that's not saying it might not happen. You get some lunatic in there, and yeah, it's possible. People can be crazy. Yeah, there's a certain competency as well, but definitely in the US. And Russia to a certain extent as well. But it's pretty hard to forget scot-free the mess up that Russia did in Chernobyl, if you could remember that. Yeah, I remember that. And, some of the unfortunate accidents with nuclear submarines that was very avoidable due to, the deteriorating parts under qualified maintenance crew and cutting corners, So there's that part of it as well. They've still got a huge arsenal, but how much of it is in safe and working condition is anyone's guess. When you've got that kind of stuff, it takes a good economy and a lot of money to make sure everything is running smoothly. I'm sure they're competent enough, intelligent enough, but if the funding is not there to correctly maintain some things, yeah, I know they're intelligent enough. It's just when you've got one guy that says what goes where, and you can't open your mouth, and you go off to some camp, let's say some winter camp, you know, so you're not going to complain. There's not much you can do in a situation like that. But I think the US would be the best because they've got the competency and they've got the funding to oversee it as best they could, you know. Now, that doesn't... You know, there can still be human error, but that can be anywhere. Some mistake, some guy making a mistake, or whatever the case may be. But I'd say the odds of that happening in the US compared to Russia would be vastly less. Yeah, they do. They do. Well, for a country of its size, Russia's economy, especially now since the embargoes are, you know, having so many oligarchs and billionaires running rampant there, well, you know, people are struggling to survive is a classic example of a bad situation. But it's not like you can complain there, so you just try and survive. Oh, this is silly. No, we need a new spot, guys. We're running around in circles. Here, we'll try and find these ones down here. Yeah, it's taking too much time because I've farmed this area left, right and centre, and apparently these guys are not coming back, so we know those ones are a waste of time. We see these ones here, we'll hit those, and if they don't come true, we're done. And those ones as well, they're all hidden in rocks, and they've been killing my time since we started. Like, take for instance, I remember back in the early 90s, Scot-free, when the Polish and I think it was Lithuanians and that, and they were coming over here working and that, and there was one Russian guy, and he was saying that a relative of his, he works on a nuclear submarine. He's some kind of engineer. Now that is, you know, that's a really top job, you know. You're talking about serious education and competency, you know, for that. You know, not everyone would be getting that job. And he was telling me the pay he was getting. And for some reason in Russia, they'd kind of work it out in dollars, you know, how much you're getting a month, the equivalent in dollars for some reason. But I think he said he was working, at that time when we were speaking, he was getting something like $200 a month working on a nuclear submarine. So that's $50 a week, right? That's what kind of economy you're dealing with there. Now that guy was working, and he didn't need no education here, and I think he was stocking shelves in a supermarket, and he was getting something like, in dollars, about $350 a week. He was getting 7 times more for stocking shelves here, even though it's more expensive obviously here. He was getting 7 times more for stocking shelves than his friend or relative was getting for being an engineer on a nuclear submarine. So it goes to show you too. That's not a good path. Well, any kind of expansion was never good. But I think it's just a show. Yeah, I think it's just a show. It's just a distraction. Well, it's still not nice to hear, but I remember a guy I used to play poker with. He had a similar tactic, let's say, to distract. This looks like a good spot, guys. Yeah, we'll bring our ship over here. And we'll hit those caves.
Oxygen.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. I've seen that tactic with businessmen before. And I've seen it done with corporations, that where they'd say, sorry guys, we have to shut down the factory. They'll have no intent on doing it. And everyone's going to lose their jobs, we're so sorry. And then they'd come back in about a month. Well, you know, we might be able to do something if we cut corners here, and we'll try and hold your job and this, that and the other. And I'll get them to take a 20% wage reduction when that was the goal, straight away. I've dealt with guys who tend to distract. Yeah. And funding to possibility. Well, I don't know, I don't like to be a stickler, guys, but moving into a sovereign nation because you won territory, well, you know, that was pretty much the thing that the colonials did, you know. That's absolutely unbelievable. I think it's just all something new to talk about, to be honest. You know, I don't think the US would start moving out into Europe, taking over territories. Like, that's something from Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, no civilized nation would do that. The backlash from that would be unbelievable. It's something that no, that couldn't be. Yeah. It just doesn't make sense, guys. It's like some countries saying, well, we like your oil and we like your coal, and yeah, we think we'll come and take it. The last time that was done was during the British Empire, you know. Nah. No. I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think the US would do anything like that. We've got one guy talking about it. You know, but as I said, I think it's just a poker move, you know. It's not a good poker move, you know, because it hurts your credibility. And it hurts your country's credibility. But what can you do, you know, when you can't control someone? Well, control is the wrong word when someone can't control themselves. But, yeah, it's a strange situation. I never ever thought we'd be talking about this. With any place, really, you know.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
But if I had to bet my life on it, I think it's just a distraction. The odds of it coming to pass, well, that'll be the start of a new era, wouldn't it? Oh, hang on. We're going to there. No, I've been seeing the stuff and that, and I'm not taking it serious. Well, it's always serious when someone in a position would say that, but then you've got to look at the person, I suppose. But I find it hard to believe that any country en masse would back imperialism. Especially in these modern times. I can read that one, Scottrey, but I won't let it through, but I will respond. Yeah, the person could be serious, but I think there's a lot of checks. There's a lot of checks and balances in the U.S. Constitution that the founding fathers put in for just such an occurrence, that one person would not become a dictator. You know, there is Congress. I know a lot of people in the US might think that Congress now are, you know, maybe going one way or the other, but there's a lot of checks and balances there. That would be a very, very hard thing to pass through. Now, it's surreal to be even talking about something like this. You know what I mean? But just let's say for talk's sake, I believe the vast amount of American people are decent, you know, human beings, just as intelligent and as logical as anyone else. No, I can't see it go en masse, to be honest. I know there's some crazies everywhere. There's some crazies here, there's some crazies there, the UK, all over the world that have these illusions about things like that. But I find it hard to take it seriously. But it is serious that someone in a position is saying this, even if it is a bluff or a joke or attention seeking or a distraction. But no, it's not good. Yeah, but if you watch the media in the US, it's a little different. You know, it was called out for the guys that were celebrating it. There were basically homeless people brought in and promised a meal and stuff. You know, they've been taking it to town there, which is none of my business, and I'm not, you know, I'm not taking sides in this one. You know, but yeah, it is. It is strange. It is surreal. Oh, hi, Cleewalk. And how have you been? I wouldn't worry about it, Das. You know, if it was my country in the same way and that was said, I wouldn't worry too much. You know what I mean? Yeah, because the chances of it actually coming to fruition is very, very, very slim. You know. People are too civilized and too logical to, you know, for that to come true. And thanks for the shout out, Das, appreciate it. You know, I have really no opinion on the man either way. I know he's a businessman, and I know he does deals, and I know he can do a good bluff when he wants to. But politics can be a little different, you know. So, what were you streaming, Cleemok? Yeah, we're looking for some stuff here, and we're getting pushed around by these guys. Sure, we'll get into it in a moment. Yeah, I think it's down here somewhere. Here it is. Here we go. So we're going to park our stuff here. There we go, we should be safe. There. And we go collect our stuff. We've been using the scanner, and it's pretty handy for finding the stuff. And I don't think it spawns back, so we'll probably move the scanner later. So how have you been? welcome raiders, and thanks for the raid. Yeah, I've been doing an unscheduled stream. I usually don't stream today, but got the flu, couldn't sleep until I got a few hours in. Of course you would be. Yeah, of course. It will cause a lot of strife in your country as well, of course, and it will divide people more. Yeah, I suppose I would be as well. But how can I say this? I've known people, let's say in certain stuff that they would do and that, and 99.99% of the time it's some kind of distraction or that. But yeah, the possibilities are always there. There's nothing that's 100% scot-free. You know, nothing is 100%. But I would try not to worry about it too much, you know. It's something that it's out of your and my control and most people's control, you know. But you will see it's just a storm in a teacup, just another thing that it'll be something else in a few weeks or a month, you know. Yeah, I think so as well, guys. Yeah, because it's too hilarious, you know. It's too surreal, you know. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, there's an old saying that any publicity is good publicity, and this is getting a lot of publicity, you know what I mean? Not sure if it works that way in politics, but if you're looking to be remembered, it's definitely a way to get remembered. Now, again, none of my business, guys. I have no real opinion either way. Now, okay, let's hit this. Oh, we're getting a bit low on our battery. We have no backup, we'll see. We're looking for this stuff here. Oh, there might be some other junk here, so let me see. But you gotta love the scanner, guys. So we get other pieces of junk as well, but oh, this is where we did the other one, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh no, there's not much in here, but something, I suppose. Actually, I'll save here in case we snuff it. Not sure about how far this goes in. Hang on. Yeah. This is not very big, is it? Not really. We're getting a few bits and pieces, mostly silver. Oh, I want to keep away from that copper. No, it's a bit of a waste of time. Hang on, is there another way? So that must have been the thing we had to scan that time. That one. A little bit disappointing. Oh, no problem. No problem. Not a problem. Not too bad, just got a silly flu. Yeah, a bit of a cough. I got some medication from the doc. I just took some a moment ago. But couldn't sleep because of it. I usually don't stream today. I started quite late, but yeah, I needed to cheer myself up a bit, so I knew I was going to be on for a few hours, so I decided to stream. Yeah, but yeah, out from that, pretty decent. So how have you been? How's the new year treating you? I hope you and your loved ones have been having a great new year. Even the weather here is depressing. Same here, Daz. Yeah, but at least, the temperatures are going up pretty good. Last night it was like something 10 above. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it's just that I've got the flu about 3 times in the last 6 or 8 months. It seems like just when I recover, I'm back again. So I fought it off naturally the first 2 times, but I'm getting sick of it, so I went to the doctor this time. Gave me a ton of medication. Unfortunately, he put me on a blood thinner medication. So I'm going to try and persuade him to get me off that. That I'm not happy with. But he wants me to go for chest x-rays. Yeah. No, it was 10 the last time I checked it. It's actually quite warm here, Daz. Yeah, it was 10 above. It's not showing up now on my laptop. But yeah, it's pretty decent here. There's no quarantines, but 10 years to check and balances have been... Yeah, a little bit, yeah. They can work together. But you have to assume, Scott-free, that, logic will prevail somewhere. Yeah. It would be a historic mistake. Yeah, it would be historic. This is why it makes absolutely no sense to me. It would be like purposely walking off a bridge. I have to go with logic on this. But as I said, yeah, the chances are always there. Absolutely, yeah. I did tell my doc, maybe I didn't need a chest x-ray because the cough is always coming with the flu, but he wanted to be sure and safe, so yeah, you can't really argue with that. Best to be safe, in case there is something else going on. But I only ever get that cough when I get the sore throat, runny nose. But, you see, I don't get much sleep anymore because of pain issues, and that's been going on for like a decade, so... Yeah, I'd say my immune system is maybe not the best. I'm getting older as well. So... yeah, it's just part of the big picture. Ah, this is nice and relaxing. At least it's taking my mind off my cough. There we go. Alright. Oh, hey. Hello. Yeah. We're not above taking the odd fish eater, are we? Yeah. I still haven't found that fishing gun, guys. Remember the one we used to use for fish? That was legendary. Oh yeah, yeah. The system here is quite good. I can go see my GP and it's free, and I can go get that X-ray and it's free. So there's absolutely no excuse, and they're pretty prompt with it as well, Yeah, they're not so bad in this one, Cleanwalk. You know, within reason. Yeah. I don't mind games, let's say, based on taking out bosses. But, every now and again you want to play something that's just a little bit more relaxing, that's not based around combat all the time, more about exploration and, looking at the nice, pretty stuff, that kind of thing. Yeah, just to kind of wind down a bit. Yeah. I'm always very skeptical about the media, that there's an old saying in the media that bad news is good news, or I'm paraphrasing that a bit. Like, if you have a good story, a kind of feel-good story, it doesn't get much views or much watches. But if you have something sensational, it tends to create more views, more time, more revenue. I've seen things that happened here that I've seen with my eyes, and then I seen it on the media, and it looked like we were in the middle of Beirut. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that are not true. What I'm saying is that always tend to go with the worst case scenario, and I'll always kind of give that a lot of attention, because this is where they're garnering most of their views and stuff. In a situation like we're talking here, I'd probably go more with my instincts, in the sense that that series of events would be really, really illogical, to me at least. And I'm sure that there's so many people in the chain that I couldn't see that, actually happen. Not saying it might not, but I'm saying the chances of it are very slim. And even the mention of it has definitely, how could I put this? Even in the mere mention of it has definitely put things in bad standing. Yeah. On an international basis. I must sleep, no problem. I'm the same once I finish my stream. I hope the rest of your stream goes well and you start feeling better. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Daymok. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safely, Walk. Bye. Yeah. You some of it is okay, but remember to go with the story that gets the most views. And it's nothing personal. They're in a business. They're trying to make money. What or not, they might not be saying lies, but they're giving all the attention to the negative of it. Yeah. You can be tripped up sometimes with too much research. But in a situation like that, I'd go with sheer logic. Logic is a great thing. If you think it true, and that's not what the US is, never was. And until I see it, I refuse to believe it, Yeah. To be in good shape. Well, most countries, I suppose. Power and money, that says a lot, but this is on a different scale. But as I said, guys, the sheer fact that we're talking about this is even surreal, Oh, good morning, Jamie. Yeah, same here. We were hitting like 10 degrees centigrade above there a moment ago. So probably the same for you. How have you been, Jamie? Yeah, but it's a democracy, Scott-free. It's not ruled by a mob and the masses. You know what I mean? There's two parties, and there's a lot of things to go through. You know what I mean? But yeah, the fact that we're having this debate, and the fact that it was mentioned, is pretty serious. Yeah, but I can't see it. If I was to bet, I couldn't see it come to fruition. Yeah. Until the last until when it's time to make a decision. My dad used to tell me that talk is cheap, scot-free, and actions speak volumes. So until a move is made, you know, you'd have to consider it to be just talk, you know. For something as serious as that, and something as potentially damaging for a long, long time, you know. But as I said, personally myself, I think it's just talk. It's strange to see it in politics, but we're living in a strange world, guys. You know. Hi, Purple Target. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Welcome to the community. And how have you been? And what were you streaming? Now we're just collecting some stuff. We're building a large base and taking a little bit of a break. Oh, you're playing Below Zero. Nice. So, have you gotten far? I've just done... And thanks for following, Purple. I appreciate it. I will be sure to return the favour. We're working on a big base. We haven't done much on the quest, but we've scanned a lot of stuff, and we've did the first mission for that comm tower. But I'd say story-wise we're about halfway through. And I do like to build large bases in this. This is my first playthrough on this one. I have played one playthrough in Subnautica, and that's what brought me to this. I think it's a very, very, very enjoyable game. Definitely worth a play. And I was just killing some time before I had to go, because the building takes a long time, and we had about an hour left or something, and we were really low on supplies. So it was time to get out and about and get some of this junk. Yeah, okay. I hate it when that happens. Some of these things are... Yeah, these ones are all kind of trapped beneath rocks. Well, I never know, I might get some more of these before we head back. So I'll probably have to move a scanning station if we need... No, these are gone, guys. Yeah, we'll head back with these. Yeah, did you notice that? Some of these things are kind of trapped, you can't really get to them. The US is effectively a one-party state. If the party can work together, one must remember to pay attention to take him seriously. All too often. Yeah. But it has garnered a lot of attention. But I've seen, well, similar stuff before. Maybe not with the ramifications of this, but the same kind of style, you know. And it always turns out to be the same thing. That's the stuff that documentaries are made out of, guys.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Pretty early in the game, yeah. Just got the ultra tank. Oh, an aquarium brute brings. Nice. Trying to clear the old wreck side. Nice. If you take it one more bit, you can just remember. There is a good few, let's say, judges to one side. But as I said, it's got to go through a lot of people, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I still can't see it happen, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, I'll show you what I've been doing here, Purple. This is a large base. You'll find that it's very hard to build a large base here on this, even more so than Subnautica. So I used one of the large icebergs and did a kind of hybrid base. So, I don't want to spoil too much. I won't tell you what this stuff is, but you'll get it eventually. In case you haven't. This is kind of like a Star Trek looking thing, isn't it? This is coming up to a large base here, as you can see. You see it up there? And then it's coming down the other side. I got it nice and symmetrical, so it's dead in the center. But I think this is just our 7th stream. What we've been doing, I do some, usually about 6 hours. We've got our control and scanner room and all that stuff, storage. And I'll show you. I was building a large garden here. Over here. There's still just some tech missing, I'd say. But I've been going all out to get the tech, you know. So that's our way up and down. I still have some decorating to do. So I'm doing it in bits and pieces, Purple. The first quarter of my stream just trying to get pipes into the base air pump. How to move on. I never used them. Yeah. I don't think I've actually used them once. Basically with the bases I'll just, in the beginning, just put a solar panel on top and bang, you know? Yeah. So I'll show you what it's like inside. This will be pretty once I've finished it up. Oh, you'll get little stuff when you're going out. Be very careful when you're searching. Little posters and things you can use for decorating. You'll need those a lot. Check all the walls so you can interact with stuff and take whatever you can find. Yeah, you'll need it for decorating. There's not much for that kind of decorating in this. Now I'll show you inside. That's where my sea truck cargo holds will be. And of course our moon pool. I'll probably go with 3. In here we've got the backup storage for supplies for both of the trucks. We'll be decorating this, our kind of runoff supplies here. And we've got our battery chargers, our power cell chargers, disposable. And this is a new thing. It's called our scanner room. Now, if you find this, yeah, don't try to fix it because that's the way it is. It looks undetached. But I've tried everything in the book and that's just how it looks. But it's working perfectly. You know, you can change the base color, do all this stuff from here. But this is handy, it tells you the time and the amount of power you're getting in here. For some reason my power's been running down. I'll have to put in a few more generators. So that's this level here. I'd love a stair system in this, but they're going with the ladders. You'll be using a lot of these as well to keep these afloat. So here this comes straight out to our moon pool. Or sorry, our scanner room. And that's our moon pool. And that kind of comes back around on each side. Scanner room is very, very handy. Now this will look a lot different once I'm finished, but these are all storage areas. And this is where I hold my water purification junk here with the water and salt. I've got too much food here now. I would recommend when you're doing the ladders on these to not put them all together. It's very hard to drop off on each floor. You're better off putting one here and then, you know, when you get up the other side, put one the other side. It's very, very hard. If you can put them all together and it looks cool. But when you try to go down, you'll pick the wrong ladder and go up. It's very frustrating. So I'll be doing plants and decorations in here eventually. But because I'm building a lot, I need a ton of supplies. Now I've got zero decorating done here yet, but I will get around to it. And I've got 2 main rooms here. A lot of materials on this guy. I'll sort out the plants later, I just haven't got the time. Now this yard here, I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. I think I want this for my alien containment tanks. I want a separate multi-room tank for each species, so there's 16. So I'll probably have to prop them about 3 high maybe. But I think it would work. I was going to go with alien containment there. And then I'll have to figure out some kind of greenhouses, you know. Yeah, you go through it pretty quick. Especially if you're building a lot, Purple. No problem, Das. So still looks a bit sparse. Now, the beauty of this here is, you know, when you're doing all this up top, it doesn't affect your structural integrity, Purple, when you're doing it on land. But the second the stuff is underwater, yeah, it'll start getting crushed. So let's say if we've got a 50 structural integrity, and we did all of this with glass, it wouldn't make a difference, because it's above ground. That's the first thing I noticed. It's just the ones underwater you've got to be careful with. So that goes around. Now this brings us down to our garden here. And I will be doing a lot more work here later. Storage, all of that stuff. I'll try and pack it up properly. I'm waiting for some more plants in. There's a good few biomes. I haven't collected all the specimens. So I've been reluctant to plant a second one of these. But I can if I want to. I'll eventually get around to it. So, that's the base so far. It will change a lot by the time I'm finished with it. But I would say I'm about halfway there. But, yeah, it's cozy. Might be a little on the small side. What is it they say? Go big or go home. Well, that is one big base. I'm impressed with how the game handles it. Now, you see that glitching there? That's zero got to do with the building. That was in this from the second I loaded it up. I seen it did a patch for this glitching. It said it did a patch. It's a teeny tiny update or something they called it. But probably not for console. That was probably for PC. So yeah, that's everything I've done on this. And guys, you know, we've been almost on 5 hours. And would you believe it's after 9 AM for me? So I think we might leave it here for a little bit. And maybe do a raid. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow, guys, aren't I? What day is today? I am. I'm actually officially streaming tomorrow at the usual time, and we'll try and pick out 6 hours, so that's not too bad. At least I got on today and we got a little bit done. We got a little quest over. I wanted to get those little plot pans because I might be able to do a little bit of decorating on this today. You know, when I get bored. On the plus side, it's a party of one. Leader, when he's gone, step back. Yeah. Well, it always is. I've seen it here as well, where a certain personality of a leader would come in and they would all fall in line. You know, for, what would they call them? Oh, we have a name here. Oh, asteroids. Yeah, they always gravitate around something like that. And then when the party ends, You know, they change their tune and do a 360. They like to think to themselves as survivalists, I suppose. But, you know, I have no real opinion either way. But I've seen certain things here where certain extreme policies would be tried to push forward, but it would fail here utterly. We've had similar things done here. And when it was, like, one in particular was a referendum, and it was nothing as serious as that. But we crushed that by about 90%. Overwhelmingly crushed that one. So much that our fearless leader stepped down, you know, because of it. You know, we would crush anything in a referendum that smells of that kind of silliness. You know. But, yeah, it will be something to just to get over, I suppose. But I still think it's just talk, you know. But that's just my personal opinion. I wouldn't try and push that opinion on anyone else. But unfortunate. But it's a common thing to see politicians do a 360. You know, I see politicians here saying one thing, you know, when it's fashionable, you know, when it's popular. And if you go back just 2 years ago when they were on something else, they were totally on the other end of the spectrum. Yeah, and they changed their colours pretty quickly. And then when another thing comes along, they'll just go with the flow, you know? Yeah. No, I'm not commenting either way, Scott-free. I'm just saying what my opinion is, from my experience from here, but I have no experience in your country. Obviously, your outlook on it would be much different. Yeah. I'm not familiar with how. Well, I'm familiar with how your system works, but I'm not familiar with the impact of social issues and things like that. You know, that's something more personal. You know, but always a possibility. But I always like to think that logic will prevail, Scott-free. And the vast amount of times it actually does, you know. Yeah, I think it does. But we'll see, you know. We'll see. But when we're living in a country, we're born there and we see how the system works, we'd obviously have different views. I'm just going by, let's say, my experience in life, and logic hopefully prevails. But it usually does. You know? Now, okay, I must go, guys. It's after 9 and unfortunately I gotta do some shopping today. Absolutely not looking forward to it. Especially with this silly cold. I don't want to pass this on either to anyone. I'll have to be careful. So I'll be careful. So I will leave it here. We'll hopefully find somebody streaming something similar if we can. And you too, Scott-free. No, I'm good. I'm pretty optimistic about things. Until it's really time to worry. As my granddad used to say, don't worry until you have to. He said you'll live longer. He was quite a character. And you too, Das. Take care and stay safe. And thanks, guys, for hanging out. Appreciate it. And thanks, everyone, for the raids and the follows. Yeah. I think of him a lot lately, Das. Yeah. Oh, well. So, goodbye, Das, Scott-free, Suburban Move, FGS. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. I hope you have a great day and stay safe. Also, excuse me, Terry Cleewalk, Hufflepuff and Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Take care and stay safe. Also, Purple Target, thanks again for the follow and the raid. I appreciate it. Have a good one. And of course, Jamie. And again, good morning to you. And the weather has been great. And I hope you have a great day. Thanks for hanging out, Jamie. Let me see what else we have here. And of course, Poggy. Thanks again for following. Appreciate it. Have a good one. We mentioned FGS, we did, and Scott Free. And that's it, guys. That's everyone. Now, there was probably a few more that chatted, but I can't trace them on this. I'm living in the Stone Age here. And you too, Purple. Take care. You're on their list. Well, my wife is on my list to disappear as well. Yeah, I am talking. I'm talking. Yeah, I am talking about you, Ball and Chain. She's right. She's right here behind me. First chance I get to despair her, she's gone. That's the last of her. Yeah, I'll leave it here. If I've missed anyone, guys, my apologies. And again to everyone who was watching and lurking, appreciate it. I hope everyone has a great day and stay safe. And I'll try and get something done with this flu. Maybe rest a bit. If I can manage to get some rest and sleep, I should be able to get over this one. But yeah, we'll stop on by. We'll say hi to some of our friends, and hopefully you can bear with me for a moment while we do this. So I will be back, of course, tomorrow. I was on late today. It was an unscheduled stream. I officially only stream Tuesdays, Fridays and Saturdays evening, 8-9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So sometimes on the days in between, if I'm feeling well enough, I'll come in on scheduled time, you know, that kind of thing. Conspiracy theory. It's a little bit like laughing, isn't it? And sneezing and yawning. But I hope you don't get this, Das. This is a horrible flu. It's horrible. Good night, Wolf. Take care. Appreciate the company. Absolutely. Right. Okay, let's see who's out there, guys. And yeah, I'll see about some of the little small decorating things when I wake up later today. So, let's do this raid.